Guten Tag, mein Freud, and welcome to a night at the Norisring hosted by Sim Broadcast here on Live for Speed. It's the Easter bank holiday weekend, and we wish you a very happy Easter wherever you are in the world. My name is Kieran Redman, and joining me this evening is the boss, Pete Butcher. Hi, Pete. How you doing, man?
I'm not the boss. There is no boss. But welcome, Kieran. It's going to be a fun evening. This was when was it we last did this? Was it October? I can't remember.
September. Late September. Nearly there. Yeah.
Close, but no cigar. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same format, just with a few extra races thrown in, Kieran. Just on screen now should be the list of those races. There's going to be 12 of them. We'll see how many we can stick around for. But at the moment, we've got the 20-minute qualifying session well underway with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we've got obviously everyone circulating right now, putting in some good practice laps, dusting off the cobwebs as it was. So this is the second time we've been here this year, but the third time I believe we've streamed it. We were here last for the E-Challenge, I believe a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, obviously last time we streamed this was back in September with very, very similar vehicles and a very similar schedule as well. So it should be a great night of racing here at the Norisring.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was supposed to be at the challenge broadcast, but I couldn't make it along. So the team did a great job of broadcasting the sort of facelifted version of the Norisring in the new 0.8 version of Live for Speed. But yeah, I think enough of us chatting. We need to go to the qualifying session where we've currently got the FK9 Cup doing laps 22 times on the board, Kieran. Let's go and see what they're up to.
And immediately starting off with a car in the wall, let's pan out now to the start-finish straight. We have cars on track and circulating through turn number 1. They go. We're running on board with Maiko, who currently sits in P7 with a 58.5 to his name. Pretty respectable. Top quarter. Can't ask for too much there. Obviously, we've got quite a few. Oh, that's a heavily damaged car there for Diego Askew. That's pretty. That car's looking rather askew, I should say, Pete.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, we've got quite a few drivers who are bunched together trying to set lap times, which is less than ideal for them. But we are going to watch these guys for another 8 or so minutes. And in the top right of your screen, you can see there that this is an open lobby. This is, you can come and join. So if you're tuning in and you've got Live for Speed and you want to, well, there we go. There's a car, Pedrin N, rolling it, nice. If you do want to join in, it's open lobby. Come and join us. Drive.
Yeah, come on, guys. Spread the word. Come and jump in the Sims and come join us here for an evening of racing here at Sim Broadcast. Plenty of fun to be had by all. It's fairly non-serious. You know, come down, have a bit of a fun and laugh with your mates. Got plenty of cars here. We've got some single-seaters. We've got tin tops circulating right now. We've got GT cars as well as a flavour for everyone if you're interested as well. And got some of the usual suspects there. Gabba and Sufor at the top of the timing sheet. There you have the schedule on screen there. We're going to be kicking it off with the FK9 Cup, hence why our boys and girls are circulating, doing some laps of the track in the very vehicle itself. We've got the FBM, the single-seater coming up, and then we've got some Japanese GT cars coming up, and then last but not least, a whole host of GT3 races right at the end.
Yeah, those GT3 races, the first 2 are going to be standing start, but the final 2 are going to be rolling start. Kieran and I might get quite hungry by the time we get to that end of the schedule, so we might have to duck out for 1 or 2, but hopefully we'll be able to bring you pictures of all this lot through into the evening. Because this is an impromptu broadcast, we don't really know what's going to happen. We're just here for a laugh, aren't we, Kieran? It's Easter Sunday, we've got some time on our hands. Let's see what the boys and girls are going to do.
Yeah, this wasn't happening until about an hour ago, and I got a bit of a DM, and it was like, hey, do you want to just do some broadcasting? Well, of course I do. It's the Norisring. I want to have a look at the updates to this mod. Again, all this great work done by Tutu the dog, the creator of this fantastic track here, and the amount of work, Pete, that's gone into this track, I don't think we can communicate it to the viewers enough. We are in a private chat with Tutu, and he's been constantly feeding us screenshots and updates of this, and oh my word, the amount of work that has gone into making this, and you can see it on screen, like how much better this is versus the stream 6 months ago.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of that has obviously come from the updates to the game itself. The new lighting model definitely has helped, but yeah, there's so many new props and track paraphernalia and updates that have been brought by Tutu, and yeah, it looks brilliant. Hence why there's so many drivers out there today enjoying it again.
Yeah, I mean, again, the foundations were there 6 months ago when we were our jaws were on the floor, and it was a big moment for Live for Speed, given the work that's gone into this mod. And I think, I mean, again, I'm not the most technically minded person, Pete. I mean, could you just take a moment to explain how this mod works? Because it's fascinating.
Well, you can see on your screen at the moment that we've got some cars driving around, and those are built using the LFS editor, the car editor. Now, there is no track editor in Live for Speed, so the mod has been created, as we see another car flipping at turn one. This track has been created using that LFS editor, so each of the objects that make up the track are in fact vehicles. There is a new class of vehicle mod called an object mod, which is essentially a hack that's been brought in because players rather have started making tracks using the car editor. So what you've essentially got here is three object mods stacked on top of each other. One provides the racing surface, the other provides some of the sort of the barriers and things and the track paraphernalia. But there's also a Live for Speed layout underneath it, which is loaded onto the layout square in the wide grid configuration, which has Armco barriers, it has curbs, it has all sorts of things that actually provides the hitbox for the players. So the players, if they were to crash into the Armco without that layout there, they'd just go straight through it. So there's something underneath which is hidden by the barriers that you're seeing to provide that solid sort of foundation for the track. It's very clever, it looks fantastic. And yeah, in lieu of a proper track editor, it's amazing what people find ways. They find ways around everything, don't they?
Well, that's it, and the creativity, to actually take this and run with it to the depth that it is. And again, the comment I made before was not a knock at all. That mod was ready to go 6 months ago, and it was brilliant. And since then, we've had these graphical updates in Live for Speed, which has helped very much so. But the small little details is what Tutu's been focusing on. Just padding out the backdrop, the scene, and we've got a lovely panning shot there as well, and you can see the work that's gone into the background of trying to really bring this mod to life, including obviously their movable helicopters as well, which we love to see. Obviously plenty of signage as well, cranes, cars, vehicles,
as well, this sign.
This is
quite
it.
Fun.
It's brilliant, and again, like it's been a real labor of love for Tutu. And again, like every time he's just chipped in a couple of screenshots showing us what he's been working on, and it's been great to watch this mod evolve from where it was 6 months ago to now. And there is a reason why at last minute we have been able to get 22 drivers on the track, because people know the work that's gone in and they know that there's going to have a great night of racing. So come and join us, come and embrace this mod and have a go, because it is going to be a really fun night of racing, that is for sure.
Yeah, I think Tutu said he spent like 3 months on the initial version, which is absolutely crazy. And well, I mean, you can tell actually. It did come from I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it came from an R-Factor mod originally, and he had permission to use it. That might be factually incorrect. I'll have to do my research, but I think the base of it was given by permission from a different sim. But he still had to do a lot of work to get it into Live for Speed. And well, yeah, the results speak for themselves, and we're going to enjoy it once again for another evening of epic racing at the Norisring in Live for Speed.
Yeah, if we now cast our eyes to the timing tower, it's Gabba setting the pace, 57.2 to his name, just about a tenth ahead of Ivan in P2, with Minivan in P3. I was actually looking back at our original broadcast from 6 months ago, and I watched the first kind of 10 minutes of the racing, and it was the likes of Ivan and Minivan on pole on the front row, and they were racing away. So again, it's great to see various drivers back here looking to claim more victories and compete for more wins here on the Norisring this evening. And I hope that their feedback as well that they give to Tutu will be taken on board here. But you can just see as we ride on board with Su4 now, the amount of paraphernalia around the outside of the track is just brilliant. It's so much more full, so much more colourful. I really, really love the work that's gone in here. But Su4 has been on something of a roll at the moment. He seems to be in every racing series we broadcast here at Sim Broadcast, as is the likes of Gabba as well. We've got some very, very fast drivers, with 6 of them breaking into the 57-second mark. And then we've got a race further down as well. But as I said, it is a completely open lobby. You guys can come and join us and jump in any racing that you want. We've got something for everyone this evening. We've got single-seaters, Japanese GT cars, we've got GT3 cars, and obviously we've got the FK9s running around at the moment as well. So again, come on down, jump in, jump out, have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's the visual improvements are actually quite a lot more striking from this helicopter camera here. You can see, as you said, it is a lot more full, and the Z fighting's gone away thanks to an update in the new version of For Speed as well. So none of that flickering. It looks super stable, super solid. Very clever stuff, and I'm again looking forward to a fantastic evening as the clock begins to tick down into the wee small numbers. We've only got a minute left in our qualifying session. So yeah, plenty of time for the drivers to practice, to warm up, to get used to this FK9 Cup, because we're going to be using it for 3 races. They're going to have slightly different race lengths. We're going to go from a lower number through up into a higher number of laps. I think it starts at 8 laps, and we move up, 6 laps up to 8. And then we'll switch over to the FBM. 10 minutes of qualifying, 3 races with the FBM, then another qualifying session in those Japanese GT cars with 8, 10 and 12 laps, and then 4 races with the GT3 class. I think there's 8 cars or something in that class. It's going to be crazy. So yeah, another 10 minutes of qualifying there, 2 standing start races, and then those 2 rolling start races where we'll have 12 laps of racing plus 1, obviously, for the rolling start. It's going to be fun.
As we said, something for everyone here this evening, and we may duck out towards the end, get some food. You know, I said it's a little bit of a last-minute broadcast, but it doesn't take away from the epic racing that we get here, as Ivan is trying to jockey for position here, trying to set one more fast lap as Krabs hits the wall, unfortunately, gets himself going again down in P24. We've got Ride coming out of the pits now, although he will not be able to set any kind of qualifying time, and he's just timed out there as well. So the last of the stragglers are finishing, setting up their fastest laps. We've got Gabba on pole for the moment, with Ivan running in P2. We've got cars coming across the line now. Will they be able to elevate themselves up and over into position? Here we go, and Mindless stays in P22. We've got a car crossing the line now. No big improvements on the timing tower from what I can see here. Clock hit 0. Cars crossing the line now, and it is Gabba looking like he will be on pole again by 0.06 seconds. That's very fine margins at the top there, Pete.
Yeah, for sure. And the server is still filling up. There are drivers joining now who haven't managed to set a qualifying lap. That won't be a problem. They'll just have to start at the back and be a little bit careful. We'll continually be reminding viewers that if you don't have if you don't have an LFS license, then go to lfs.net and grab one and join the lobby. It is that simple. It's so quick and easy to join this racing today. It's literally there when you load up the game. You just click join next to this event and you're in. It's super quick. Why not come along? I think there'll be a couple of minutes between now and the start of the race, just enough time for us to go through the results that we have. Because, this is a sim broadcast after all. We're going to do everything like we usually do. There we are. Yeah, Gabba on pole position with a 57.2. Kieran, it's tight, as you said, at the top.
Yeah, very, very fine margins. Again, it's a very short track here. Very, very simple. Easy to get up to speed quick, but exploiting those fine margins, again, does take the finesse of any other track. Gabba on pole, 57.2. We would expect nothing less from him. A very quick operator here in Live for Speed. Ivan in P2. Minivan in P3. Su4, P4. Dark, P5. T-Bug finishes up in P6. Mateus will be starting P7. Maiko, who we joined originally when we went live to the track, finished up in P8 with Adam P9 and Mare rounding out the top 10. We've got Colette in P11, Diego Skew in P12, Mark P13, Pedrin, Roman, Sadu, Vauclair, Gomez and Kay, and Airtime rounding out the top 20. We move over to the next page as well. We've got Mind in P21, Vibe Station P22, Krabs P23, Vajek in P24, and J Paolo in P25 as well. So again, some not very representative laps from some of our stragglers there, looking for them to probably get a bit more competitive as the day moves on.
Yeah, I'm probably expecting a few more names to join the grid. But all eyes at the front of the grid, because we're having a 6-lap first race with this car. It's going to be fast. It's not going to be over. It's going to be over pretty quickly, has to be said. So yeah, we'll get ready for that one and go green in just a second's time. Tutu's just getting everyone ready in the background. Not only has he created this mod, but he's also obviously organising the show. This is not your normal event. This is just a weekly event that he puts on. The server's here all the time, but he just will change the cars, change the sort of format of the event, and anyone can just join in at any time. That's the nice thing about it. The race is starting now, so let's get going.
And here we are. They're all gridded up. We've got 6 laps here of the Norisring. This will be fast and it will be furious. It'll be over in less than 10 minutes. And here we have, obviously, just disregard the first 3 positions we have on the timing tower, but we've got Gabba from Ivan, from Minivan there, your top 3. They are all lined up. We are amber and we are waiting and we are green and go here at the Norisring. We've got chaos at the back, unfortunately. Cars colliding with each other there. 6 wide off the start. We've got a car that has not moved. That is Desnash, who's just getting away now in the Castrol livery vehicle there, pulls away as we dive into Grundiken, and we have contact at the front there with, and we've got a car up and over on its side into the Armco barrier, just about staying out of the way. That is a great shame for that driver, but we have drivers going 2 by 2, Noah's Ark style, through S-curve they go. Gabba, Ivan, C4, T-Bug, Mateus, all fighting for position. Mateus getting really aggressive on the exit there. Looks like he's going to get a 2-for-1 special on the exit. Will he be able to get himself ahead of T-Bug and Su4? Big contact in the background. 3 cars cartwheeling over at the end of S-curve, but we keep our eyes on the front here. 5 cars fighting position. It's a big dive up the inside from Gabba, and through he goes in the Castrol livery, pushes Ivan way out wide, and another car up and on its roof. Pete, they can't keep 4 wheels on the ground.
No, not at all. Gabba is off and running with this one. Absolutely streaking away now that he's managed to get back in the lead as we head on to lap 2 already. And we've got these 2 just behind, Matthias and Sufor, side by side.
Here we go. Contact in the front curb there. Big locking of the front quarter panels there. Take as much curb as they want. Oh, and he's gone. I think that is Ivan there who has gone up and over T-Bug, just by keeping it in the right direction. And Ivan is stuck on his side. What a shame that is for a very fast operator here at Norisring. He was quick the first time we were here 6 months ago, and he was quick this evening, but took too much curb and was punished badly. Want to have a big shout out to Mateus running in P2. He was P5 at the start, had a great run out of the S-curve on the last lap, and now he is fighting for position. He's going to send one up to the inside. He is up the inside of Gabba. He goes. Big contact up the inside, touring car style. Gotta love it. And up the inside goes Sufor as well. Gabba has been bullied out wide there, punted off into the distance he goes, and he finds himself back in P3. But the overspeed now on Mateus. Will he be able to get the overspeed? We're looking back from Sufor here on this 360 cam on the roof here. It's side by side a drag race into the T1, and that is a real pinch in the braking zone, but Sufor blocks it. 2 cars shove their nose up the inside, and huge contact there, Pete.
Oh, it's just brilliant to watch. I mean, it's so predictable there that the 2 cars behind made contact with Gabba. Nothing he could do, really. He is driving in the saloon version of this car, the same version that Sufor is running with, I believe. But yeah, the differences between the hatchback and the saloon, I think they've got slightly different wheelbase, or have I made that up?
It looks a tad longer, but that could just be the eyes deceiving me there. I'm not too sure. I mean, again, it's probably a weight versus aerodynamics. We've got big lunges up the inside. My word, that was maybe ambition ahead of adhesion there, unfortunately, for that driver, but they found themselves really falling away. But Mateus continues to lead the way with the fastest lap, and unfortunately coming up to a couple of slow-moving bits of traffic now here. We've got Mateus running in the lead right now. I'm not too sure.
Got him. Minivan's stuck through.
Where has Minivan come from? I wasn't even aware that he was up in the top 5. He's just sort of, hello, Minivan, welcome to the chat. He elevates himself up to the start. Mateus still hanging on to the fastest lap at the moment. It's definitely less than 0.4 seconds as one of the back markers keeps well over to the left to let our leaders through. Very, very respectable driving there from them as they move through. Now, I believe that may have been Diego Skew there, potentially. We'll have to wait and see, but we've got cars now, 5 of them competing for the lead, and a real scrap going on in the background, Pete.
Indeed, as we keep our focus on the front runners here, Gabba trying to get back through on Matthias. Matthias has the fastest lap at the moment, but let's see if that's going to change, because Minivan is on an absolute run here. He's opened up the gap to almost a second, and that is quite a lot when you've only got 6 laps, and there's going to be 2 laps to go now.
Yep, we're going on to the final stages of this race now, and it's going the way of Minivan, who sets the fastest lap of the race. We have got real competition here into the braking zone of Grundiken. Gabba is up the inside, shows the nose, and through he goes. Can he hang on to it? Yes, he does. There into P2 goes Gabba, but Mateus is on the counter-attack, finds himself on the outside looking in of the intro to S-Curver, but gets the pass done on the intro. Very nice work from Mateus, although he does run wide and deep into S-Curver, which is going to compromise his exit. Gabba again now has the overlap and will maintain the inside line here into Deutzenteich at the end of this track here as they head into the braking zone. There's contact in the braking zone, and luckily Gabba just about keeps it pointing in the right direction, but that has compromised him dearly. Matthias and him are now into a drag race, but this is bringing Sufor, Adam and T-Bug up to this fight, Pete.
Yeah, there's a whole gaggle of cars behind. It's being led by Sufor. Adam in the blue machine there. You can just see hugging the barrier. He is trying to make the move. But yeah, he's too far back on this occasion. But we are going to end up with a 5-way scrap by the looks of it for the second position on the final lap.
But this is why we love this racing. Again, there is someone to fight with at every skill level here at the Norisring this evening. Not too serious. It's all just a bit of fun for these guys. That's why they're leaning on each other a little bit more than I would say normal in the more competitive championships. But what a great opening race we've had so far. I can't believe we're on the final lap already. But barring a miracle, this will be going the way of Minivan with 2.5 seconds his advantage to this absolute gaggle of cars. And there's huge contact in the braking zone there. Sufor has been absolutely punted wide there, unfortunately, and a car up and over on the exit.
That's
I think that was
T-Bug.
Yeah, T-Bug on his roof, unfortunately, and what a shame for him. But at the front, we cast our eyes to Minivan, who has been absolutely unstoppable. He took the lead and didn't look back, Pete. P1 for Minivan, Sufor P2, Gabba P3.
A big crash across the line from the guys behind, but it is going to be Sufor that takes P2, Gabba P3, although he has ended up touching the pit wall there. We'll wait for the rest of the drivers to finish. That was pretty frantic, but that's the first of many tonight.
And that's the kind of racing that we love here. This track really lends itself to good, close fighting, that's for sure, Pete.
Yeah, indeed. Let's catch our breath a bit as we get ready for this second race, which is going to be the same again, just with slightly more laps. Well, Kieran, this track and this event really is a gift that keeps on giving, and I think that is everybody finished. So we should quickly run down the order and see how everybody fared. In the first of 12 this evening, with the FK9 for the first two races, Minivan seemed to have everyone sort of under his thumb there. 3.4 second gap to Sufor in the end, while they were all scrapping behind. But yeah, again, Sufor, Gabba and Matthias basically all crossed the line together, only separated by 0.4 of a second. Then it was Adam sort of best of the rest with Klemper, Mark, Gomez, Mind, Snash, Rid, T-Bug, Mayor, Krabs, Diego and Ivan, your 16 finishers. In fact, yeah, I think Ivan didn't finish, did he? He rolled over, so yeah, a name that has appeared on that list, a DNF with 6 laps down. So yeah, we have the same again coming up in a couple of minutes. I think there'll be 3-minute gaps between each of these races, Kieran.
Yeah, exactly that. So we've got obviously 3 rounds. First of all, with the FK9.
2, I think.
Sorry, 2.
Apologies,
FK9, yes, 2, and it's 3 a bit later on. My apologies. So 2 to start with, which should be quite nice. And I'm actually just consulting the chat right now, obviously on our live as we're streaming here on YouTube as well. So we've done some research according to a couple of the commenters in the chat. Apparently, there is no actual physics difference between the hatchback and the sort of the more long wheelbase version as well.
There we go.
They do follow the same platform as well. So it's just all about aesthetic preference, whether you would like the hatchback or you would like the boot for you as well. So again, thank you for that as well, guys. And just having a look here as well. Obviously, we've got some great interaction going on in the chat from not just Tutu, the original mod creator, who's interacting with some of our commentators. But yes, really, really interesting comments about that final lap as well, Pete. Action aplenty.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to be paying more attention to race 2. There were a few things that happened during that first race behind the scenes, but we'll be good. This is what happens when you put stuff together at the last minute. But all good, I think, on the rest of it. So indeed, let's see what we're going to get with 8 laps of racing this time. The grid will be set based on the order of the finish from the first, so it's going to be Minivan on pole, I think, unless there's something surprising that comes our way, like a random grid or something. But yeah, I think Minivan will be on pole.
And if Minivan is on pole, we would expect him to lead away, barring any shenanigans into the first turn. His pace was certainly unstoppable, that is for sure. He was not on the front couple of rows, sort of appeared out of nowhere. You had to remind me that he'd taken the lead originally. I thought he was a back marker, but there he was,
me too.
taking the lead.
Yeah, came out of nowhere, snuck through in his incognito livery. But yeah, just a reminder for everybody, this is an open lobby. Fire up for speed, click on Norisring Norisring Weekend Racing on your lobby screen and join in as we have the next race starting. 8 laps this one, so a couple more for the drivers to settle in. But yeah, 3 of the fastest drivers in the for speed about to go at it once again. Here we go to the grid then, Kieran, take us away for the start.
And here we are on the grid again for our second event of the evening here at the Norisring. Our cars are lined up. We have 16 cars on the grid as it sits right now, 17 cars on the grid as it sits right now. Oh, we've got a couple of disconnects. That is a bit of a shame. Will they be able to get back in before the start? No, it doesn't look like it. We are green and go here at the Norisring. 15 cars pull away from the start-finish straight here, leading away is Minivan and turn number
a little bit of trouble there for Kieran, unfortunately, but yeah, we are away and running. We've got it looks like Sufor out in the lead straight away. He is starting this race the way he finished the last one at full pace. He's got Matthias right under his gearbox there, and Minivan, who's switched to a pink livery for this one in P3.
Sorry about that. Yep, sorry about that, Pete. Apologies for that. A little bit of internet spike there for me, but we are off and away, and we've got fighting at the front here. Sufor, Matthias, and Minivan, our usual suspects here, fighting at the front here. We've got a less incognito livery now from Minivan. He's opted for a rather vibrant pink colour, fluoro pink, that's for sure. He's following the Sufor mentality, that is for sure. Sufor currently running in P2 right now, looking to make a move into turn number 1. A big lunge up the inside goes Sufor. Nails his braking zone, but through the middle, threading the eye of a needle there, goes Matthias. Great work through goes Matthias. Back to the lead, and we have another car on its roof, Pete.
Yeah, I couldn't quite catch who that was, unfortunately. Sorry, I was too busy focusing on the front battle. But yeah, Minivan tucks back in to 3rd place, and these 3 running away from Rid and Ivan behind. Ivan in the blue, Rid driving in the same livery as Sufor and Matthias at the moment.
Big scrap here at the front between Matthias, Sufor, and Minivan. 3 really quick operators here at the Norisring. Big contact on the exit of Deutzenteich curve there, and unfortunately Minivan coming off the worst there. Sufor able to keep his position, and he is now sitting in the draft is Sufor, and he's looking to try and make the move here now is Matthias. And up the inside he goes, which then become the outside now for turn number 1. It's a big lunge around the outside. No, not able to make it work. Sufor leads from Matthias, from Minivan, from Ride, from Ivan, your top 5. Ivan, the fastest man on track right now, and who can blame him with the almighty scrap that is going on for P1 between Sufor, Matthias, and Minivan. They are all slowing each other up and allowing Ride in P4 to come back in, and Ride clips the inside wall there, Pete.
Yeah, not just a clip, that was an absolute smack, and I think Ivan will be able to have something to say about that, as we've got side-by-side action. Matthias and Sufor. Matthias on the inside here, coming into the hairpin, and Sufor, is he able to hang around the outside? No, he isn't. But neither is Minivan able to latch onto the back of them either, as they try and drag away.
In the slipstream is Matthias sitting in the wheel tracks of Sufor. Punching a hole in the air is Matthias now as across the start finish straight here.
There's no gap there, surely.
No, but somehow, somewhere they keep pointing in the right direction. And there's a big lunge up the inside, puff of smoke from the rear brakes, and huge contact as Minivan goes barreling into the side of Sufor.
Big damage.
Yeah, that was there. Matthias as well. I think he's going to be very lucky to have got away with that, but big damage for Minivan. Race 1 winner, and you can see the camber, the positive camber on that right rear wheel. He's going to be carrying bags of damage there, Pete.
Yeah, he's complaining about lag in the chat. I think he had a bit of a sort of a hardware issue there, so not his fault in the end. But yeah, unfortunate that he's clattered into the top 2. But Sufor, as a result, has managed to break away a little bit, with Ivan getting the fastest lap and closing in behind. Remember, this is only halfway through this race. It's 8 laps out of, no, in fact, 4 laps out of 8 complete now, with plenty, I'm sure, left to talk about.
Yeah, here we go. We got start lap number 5, and it is Sufor leading the way from Mateus in P2. Minivan carrying bags of damage on your screen there in the fluoro pink Honda Civic there in P3. Ivan is now hassling and harassing him as they head through Grundekern in that blue Honda Civic there. Going to be very easy to tell them apart. Can a move be made in the intro through S-Curve? No, I don't think so just for the moment. But Minivan is vulnerable now as well. He's going to be really nursing that car back to the start finish straight. Every lap will be clicking down for him, but we have Minivan very vulnerable to Ivan running in P4, and Ride is in P5, a little bit off the ways at the moment, and back a real gaggle of cars fighting for position. But will Ivan look to make a move here? Yes, he will. Big lunge up the inside. He goes heavy on the brakes, hits the apex nicely, will run it out wide. The cutback will come here from Minivan, and it will be a drag race onto the start finish straight. This means good for Ivan here because he will have the inside line into the initial part, which will then give Minivan the inside line to turn number 1, but he is looking vulnerable here, Pete.
It's hilarious. Minivan's basically driving half a car at the moment. It's kind of silly from the back, but Ivan has the best shot of anybody to try and get past him around the outside. There you go. There's half the car that Minivan's driving, and he'll have a good line for the chicane, I think. But they are still side by side.
Yeah, they're still running 2 by 2 as they have done for most of this lap, but through goes Ivan into P3. That did look rather inevitable as Minivan is driving very wounded here and hits the wall again. Just needs to try and hang on to this for 1 or 2 more laps to take a really respectable P5 given the circumstances. But at the front, Sufor is cruising to a usual Sufor masterclass here, looking like he's got this one all wrapped up. But Mateus is lurking behind by just over 2 seconds to capitalize on any moment that may befall our race leader. Sufor is crossing the line now to start lap number 7. 2 more rotations of the Norisring for our second round here this evening. If you're just joining us, welcome to Sim Broadcasts. We have an open lobby, as you can see on your screen here for the Norisring. Just need to jump on Live for Speed and get yourself logged in and get joining. We've got a great evening of racing for you. Single seaters, Japanese GT cars, GT3 cars as well for you if you do fancy any of that, all streamed here live on Sim Broadcasts for you guys to enjoy. Sufor leads the way now by 2.8 seconds. That gap is growing, Pete, as Minivan gets it all sideways and in the wall. He goes again.
He managed to get back through somehow. I think it happened down at turn 1. But that's got to be the end now, surely. Another big smack of the wall coming out of the chicane. And Ivan will just hope he can get away. But Minivan is, he's really trying everything, leaving smoke everywhere as well.
Yeah, the left hand of that car looks absolutely pristine, but the right hand side, you just don't want to walk. If you were trying to sell that car, you'd park it against the wall, wouldn't you? In the hope they just don't go around to the other side to have a look at it. It's carrying huge damage there, unfortunately. But at the front, Sufor has been absolutely imperious in the second race this evening. Had to really scrap and fight for his result in P in the first round, but he leads the way by 3.8 seconds. Mateus seems to have fallen slightly off the boil, not able to challenge in the same way that he did in the first round. As we head through the S-Curve, and now goes Sufor, our leader. Great work from him here. Again, one of the best to do it here in Live for Speed. I've had the pleasure of commentating on him across several championships. He's a very, very quick operator, is Sufor, as he heads through Deutzenteich for the final time now. Clips the apex there, gets a lovely wide exit showing everyone how it's done. Can he claim the fastest lap here on the last lap? We'll have to wait and see. Cuts the curve off as much as he can. Drag race to the start finish straight as he crosses the line to take victory. And the second round here of the Norisring. Great work from Sufor. And across the line behind him goes Mateus, finishing up P2 with Ivan taking P3. Your podium roster for race number 2.
Fantastic stuff. It is, unfortunately, after this, the final time you're going to see the FK9 tonight. We are going to be switching over to the single-seater FBM, which, if Minivan's car is anything to go by, could be quite chaotic. Kieran, we're going to end up with some very broken-looking Formula BMWs, I think. But let's see how many cars we can get on the grid. I should just do a shout-out that Scowen Roberts has just joined the server, so will Scowen drive? That'll be fun.
Come on, Scowen, have a go. Come on, jump in, have a go.
I'm sure he will, but he is in the server. We'll see what he can do. with all this lot going on. As we watch the rest of the drivers finish the race, I think we've got just one more car coming around the top of the track. It's a very broken car. Yeah, MK just finishing off there. All right.
And there we have it, Pete. There's our few finishes there as well. Fastest lap going the way of Adam, finishing down in P13. So obviously a lot of pace sitting with him at the moment. We'll run through your finishes now. Sufor takes victory in the second round here of the Norisring. Mateus finishing up a very respectable P2 with Ivan taking P3. Ride finishing up P4. Dasnesh P5. Minivan, what could have been for him, the pace was with our round one winner, but sadly making huge contact due to some hardware issues in turn number one. Finishing up P6 with a very damaged vehicle. Maiko P7, Mare P8, Kalempa in P9, Roman P10, Mark finishes up P11, Gutholes finishes in P12, Adam P13, Mr. K P14, T-Bug, Vibe Station, and Diego unfortunately not able to finish this race. With Vibe Station just commenting there that he hit the curb and it ruined his entire race. Thoughts go out to you, Vibe Station, but plenty of more opportunities for some great results this evening in some very different machinery, Pete, which is now already hitting the track.
Yeah, 10 minutes of qualifying is going to be starting in just a few seconds' time. The drivers are going to just get a little bit of a warm-up, and I'm expecting quite a few more cars for this one. This is a very, very popular car, of course. It's the demo car, a car everybody should be very familiar with, at a track that some people may be driving for the very first time, which is always exciting. But yeah, this was a great one last time we broadcasted this, Kieran. So off we go again. 3 races with the Formula BMW FBO2 in Live for Speed.
Single seaters at the Norisring. It's not something you see all that often in real life, but it is through the magic of sim racing that you're something we're able to bring you here in Live for Speed. But the FBM is very similar to sort of a junior formula style car as well. Think of your GB4 style cars. Are really, really good quick vehicles, high downforce compared to the other things that we have on screen. But again, they will punish, and this is the real drawback of this track, the Norisring. It's a big wide track, huge pinch points, no margin for error. You hit that wall, huge damage for these cars as well. So we have cars running around, setting reasonably competitive laps, trying to get up to speed in these vehicles, because 10 minutes is not that long, Pete.
No, it's not, and I'd be really interested to see what sort of race times, qualifying times people can manage in this, because obviously the Norisring actually hosted the Formula BMW ADAC series way back when, in the early 2000s, and though at that point they were managing 54-second lap times, so let's see what we can get today.
10 minutes of qualifying be getting underway now for our drivers as they start to cross the line and get their eyes in these cars. Again, different perspective. We're moving from tin tops into single seaters. What's the biggest sort of transition there, Pete? Obviously, you've raced in Live for Speed for quite a long time. You enjoy the cars here. What would you say is the biggest transitional change, moving from something like that to the single seaters?
Well, one thing to say, of course, as it looks like everybody's running the same livery. That can't be right. Hopefully those load in for us. Well, one thing that's nice about Live for Speed is that the physics engine is amazing. So once you know how the physics work in Live for Speed, jumping between cars is remarkably similar. Now, I've obviously, been around the block. I've got a lot of experience in Live for Speed. Once you learn one car, it is pretty easy to transition to another. It's more the racecraft, I think, that changes, especially when you're now in a single seater. If you're locking wheels together, you're going to be going everywhere except in the right direction. So yeah, from a tin top to this, drivers have just got to be more careful. The cars are way more fragile. You can't touch the curbs as much. You've got the limited slip differential at the back there, which means you're going to end up spinning up wheels you didn't want to spin up, and it's just a whole different experience. But the physics are brilliant, and the drivers, I'm sure, will enjoy themselves.
Just looking at the chat now again, Great Spirit 81. Yeah, that is a really, really fair point there as well. Again, it's sort of dangerous without those runoff areas. You've hit the nail absolutely on the head, and that's what befell Minivan, our round one winner in round two. Obviously ran wide, hit the wall and unfortunately obviously caused quite a substantial amount of damage. Luckily, in the heavy braking zones, you do have that runoff area. You are able to go in deep and then cut back on yourself. It's just more on the corner exits like here through S-Curve. If we watch through here as they head into the exit, have to hit the apex nicely, run it as far to the wall as you can, as brave as you like, but you go overstep and you'll do exactly what Fock has just done there. Straight into the wall goes Foch, unfortunately, and he has to reset himself and go, and there red fly away in a lovely green livery. Thank goodness someone's got one loaded up, because it's going to be very difficult for us to try and tell drivers apart based on only helmets alone.
Well, we do have liveries, they're just not loading for some reason. We'll work on that, but Sufor is the first across the line and goes P2, followed by Ivan. The drivers, some of them are choosing to telepit to get some new tyres. Hopefully we will be able to differentiate these drivers at some point soon. But yeah, great turnout. This is going to be quite a busy qualifying session. Drivers are going to struggle to find track position, I think, and you'll see actually on the timing tower that the first lap times are pretty much what you'd expect from real world Formula BMW racing at the Norisring. Not too far off.
It was a big catch there from Sufor on the exit of S-Curve. Got it a big step of oversteer on the exit, just about keeping it out of the wall, but that lap is ruined. As you said, cars trying to find position as best they can. As we have Martin Capel joining the grid. Hello, Mr. Capel. Thanks for joining us this evening as he goes to roll out of the pit straight to set a competitive lap. As we have Adam here jockeying for position with a couple of drivers here on the screen into the braking zone of Goitzenteich. And hitting the apex they go on the exit there. Beautiful livery there on screen. Pete, he's hit the broadcasting very nicely there. Sim broadcast, all the colour scheme, absolutely lovely stuff there.
Yeah, absolutely no bias whatsoever.
Nope, not a bit.
It is a pretty great livery, isn't it? Let's be honest. Adam flying the flag for Sim broadcast there. Fantastic. Anyway, see how he gets on. He jumps up to P7 initially in this this session, and Mr. Scowen Roberts is here as well. There he is in P16. So if Scowen's on here, what's your excuse? Come and join and drive the Norisring this evening.
As we ride on board, we'll stick with Scowen through the S-Curve now as well. Through he goes, and a little bit of contact there. Yeah, he has. That's through the S-Curve. You don't see a move made all that often through there. But again, we won't say anything. We like our jobs. We like our position. Scowen is running really fast through here. It goes a couple of seconds off the pace so far, currently sitting in P17 into the braking zone of Grundekern. I'm not expecting big things from this lap, just with how compromised he was through the S-Curve by the car ahead on screen. As we sit on his left shoulder like a parrot, Pete, we will ride on board with him as co-pilot through. There he goes onto the start finish straight, crosses the line now to start his next lap. P14, slight improvement for Scowen as he heads into turn number 1. Let's ride on board with him. Heavy braking zone just after the 100-meter board there, turns it in very nicely. Apex really well on the power on the exit, running it as wide as he can. Scowen there now coming up to the infamous S-Curve. Again, this is where there is little to low runoff here. Elects to keep it fairly tight in the exit there. Hits the apex on 1 and then hits the apex on 2. Runs it as wide as he can. Elects to keep it nice and controlled. Very much a bank lap coming here from Scowen, if not a bit of a warm-up. Sounds like he's light on the throttle there on the exit. Now coming there. Look at the size of those curbs in comparisons to the FBM. That is absolutely ridiculous. But again, apex nicely from Scowen. Nice, clean run from him here as we've sat on board right the way through, and that, Pete, is 1 lap of the Norisring here in Live for Speed. Let's see what this lap time looks like for Scowen. Again, it looks very controlled, very nicely done there, across the line. Slight improvement for him, but not on the timing tower. P17 for Scowen.
Yeah, Adam Brown's taken over pole position in this one for now, but we still have 4 minutes to go in the qualifying session. Sufor only in P2, but we are now down into the 54s. That is what we said was the benchmark time, showing that, yeah, the Norisring has been recreated to perfection. Wouldn't expect anything different. But look at the times, Kieran. We are seriously going to have a show on our hands if it stays like this.
Yep, really competitive at the front as well. Again, some drivers will have a bias and an affinity to a certain type of vehicle. Take Minivan, for example, a real contender in our first couple of laps. Crosses the line to finish P8 right now. So again, a little bit off the pace compared to where we would expect him to. But again, might feel more at home with those FK9s versus the FBMs.
Yeah, apologies for the lack of liveries not being shown. Hopefully we get those at the start of the race. But yeah, the drivers all looking slightly bright in the same livery here. Yeah, Sufor has taken over that pole position down into the point sixes. Soph Lalleroux as well has joined into the point sixes as well. So Master Race Car looking fairly dominant at this stage of qualifying with 3 minutes to go.
Yep, Master Race Car has locked out the front row as it sits right now with Sufor, and I'm going to assume Leclerc is Lalleroux. Is that right, Pete?
I think you would be right with that one.
Just a pure
it's Gabri,
guess.
Actually. It's Gabri.
Oh, nice. Okay, brilliant. Well, we'll stick with Leclerc if that's the name you want to be known by.
Yeah, I didn't mean Lalleroux. I meant Gabri. My apologies.
No, it's fine. We'll stick with Leclerc, the mystery third brother. Obviously, success for the first 2. We'll see what happens here. They do have an affinity for the single-seaters to the Leclerc family. As he crosses the line now, not able to trouble Sufor at the top. 0.2 seconds the gap separating both those cars. Big dive into the braking zone goes Leclerc, and contact there with the black FBM. Unfortunately, didn't quite see who that was. Again, expecting liveries and textures to sort themselves out before race number 1 as well.
That was Matthias.
Matthias facing the wrong way. Oh, we've got a spinner at the end of S-curve. That's big. And I think just about disconnecting just in time before anything more serious happened there. But Sufor currently sitting in P1. Ivan running in P2. Elevates himself ahead of Leclerc in P3. Adam running in P4 and Nando in P5. T-Bug P6. Mateus P7 and Minivan race number 1 winner currently sitting in P8. It is close at the top, and you would expect that from these cars and the quality of drivers we have this evening. But again, we keep pushing it. We're going to keep pushing it all night long. It's an open lobby, guys. Come and get yourselves signed up and have some fun in some single-seaters around the Norisring this evening. It's free to join. No issues at all. It's not competitive, just a night of fun racing here at the Norisring.
Yep, you got it right there. But we've got lots and lots of cars on the track at the moment. We have 20, how many have we got? 25 qualifiers as it currently stands, with around about 10 more sitting in the wings waiting to set a lap. There is not a lot of space on the track. Look at how many cars we've got on camera there. And the drivers really do need to find some space, which is proving to be more difficult than it seems.
Yep, everyone's trying to find as much position as they can. It's not a big lap there, and that's exactly what keeps happening. You're sort of tripping over slower moving traffic there. Again, warming up the tyres, running a little bit slowly. We have Ivan now running on board. This is P2. He is less than 1/10 of a second away from Sufor in the Brawn liveried helmet. Let's see what happens when he crosses the line. Still P2 for the moment.
Apologies for the lack of pictures. We can hear what's going on. We can't see what's going on, so we'll try and find out what on earth has happened there. And we'll be back with pictures as soon as we can. Don't go anywhere. Apologies for that. We're back. Live for Speed just crashed, so that was weird. We will file that bug report later. Kieran, welcome back.
Yeah, we're back. We put 50p back in the meter. Electricity's back on, and we are live here on Live for Speed, coming to the end of qualifying now. Sufor is still the fastest man on track with a 54.4 seconds, as we have Sufor barreling into the tyre, and tyres going flying off screen as well from that incident. There as well, everyone finishing up their lap, having a bit of a laugh at the end of what has been quite a competitive session, Pete. Only a couple of tenths covering our top 5.
Yeah, shame we missed it, but it does look like it was a pretty hectic end to that session. Yeah, all the way down to P5, drivers within the 54-second mark as we wait then for the start of the first of 3 FBM races. So yeah, this being an experimental test version of Live for Speed, we do expect some issues with it, don't we, Kieran? But yeah, hopefully we're all ready to go again. All the issues on our side, I think, are now sorted out, so we can get ready for the race. Let's go through the results of the qualifying session more formally as we get ourselves geared up for what is sure to be a pretty awesome session of racing. Sufor, pole. With Matthias, Ivan, Rid, Desnash on the... in fact, that is not the correct order. We will get that out and we will get the correct order in. There we go. That looks more like it. Sufor, Ivan, Leclerc, Nando and Adam are your top 5, with T-Bug, Matthias, Mark, Minivan and Nico, lots of M's in there, down to your top 10. Hussem, Furiols, Martin Gapal, Desnash, Mayer, Rid, Sodlia, MK, Flyway and Scowen down in P20. Plenty more names to list. We've got Gutholtz, we've got Roman, Diegiosk, Kolempa, Foch, Vibe Station, Kieran and Krabs. 28 starters. That's going to be fun, Kieran.
That is going to be a very busy grid and a very, very busy Norisring. Shout out to the Master Race Car team, by the way. 4 drivers in the top 6. They are quick with Sufor, Leclerc, Nando and T-Bug there as well. So you would be putting your money on Master Race Car to bring up a victory this evening. But watch the likes of Ivan to cause an upset or two as we head into the first of our trio of races with the FBM this evening on the Norisring.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, isn't it? And yeah, we want you to come and enjoy this. So if you are around, please jump into Live for Speed. We've currently got 36 connections on the server and 20 plus qualifiers for the next race on our calendar this evening. Let's pop it up again and show everyone what we are dealing with. Yeah, this is going to be the first of 3 FBM races. The first will be 8 laps, then we'll have 12 laps and 14 laps to finish. The start of the next race will be the finishing order from the previous ones. So pretty simple from here on in. Before we head to the Japanese GT cars, Kieran, I know you love those things. 3 more races with that coming up shortly.
Yeah, really looking forward to the latter half of the schedule this evening. I have to admit, GT3 cars and Japanese GT sports cars as well should give a very different challenge to what we have on the screen right now. But we are gridding up for the first race of 3 with the FBM car here at the Norisring. We have a absolute colossal grid. This stretches back as far as the eye can see here. Do all of our vehicles on the screen right now. It's red, it's amber, and we are holding. It's a long hold, and green and go here at the Norisring. Sufor leads the way from Ivan, from Leclerc, from Adam. Everyone fighting for position. 3-4 wide down in the wider pack. It's 3 abreast for the start. Here's Sufor, Ivan versus Leclerc. 3 Crowley Click operators. There's a big send up the inside from Adam, I believe it was there. 3-4 cars there, all fighting away for the final podium spot. Adam elevates himself up into P4 in the sim broadcast liveried machine. But I think it's a real battle between Ivan and Sufor. Can't quite see who that is leading the way.
Sufor on the outside, Kieran. Contact with Kieran there.
Oh, contact there. Sufor and Ivan there, all slightly moving out of the way, but and through Leclerc. They go. Yeah, and Leclerc takes the lead from there as well.
Yeah, really difficult to tell them apart in this race, but fortunately I have the privilege of having the game open on my other screen here. There's Mark. Is that Mark who's flipped over? Or is it Roman? I think it might be Roman who has taken a tumble down the order, but we had somebody completely on their roll bar there, as we've got an absolute draft train coming down the home straight, and it is Leclerc with Adam and Sufor on his wings.
It's Leclerc leading from Sufor and from Adam. 3 abreast they go into Grundekern, and they're all being reasonably respectful. 3 different lines, 3 different philosophies, and out they come. It's Adam looking like he's got the best run of them all, but Sufor is trying to find a Sufor-sized gap between the two of them. 3 abreast into S-curve, and this isn't going to work. Sufor backs out, and up the inside goes Adam. Fabulous from Adam. He's compromised on exit, and Sufor has mugged them both. Leclerc falls first to third in just 2 turns. My word, and it's chaos in the back. We've got cars scattering, 1 car facing in the wrong direction, but Sufor hangs on for the moment. Leclerc throws a big send up the inside. Adam has to run wide there. T-Bug is also inserting himself into this, as is Ivan. It is Sufor leading from whoever you like at the back there, unfortunately.
Yeah, Sufor is leading with Adam, Leclerc, and now Ivan trying to draft up to the back of Adam. Yeah, it's going to be 3 wide again as we head into turn 1. Ivan on the outside then with the yellow helmet. Adam sticks her nose in there. Got to be careful not to hit Sufor. No, they're all good. And the switch back again from Ivan.
Ivan's front wing there, just gently brushing the gearbox there of Adam in P2 in the sim broadcast machine. Again, no bias here from us in the commentary box, but that livery does look fabulous. As there's contact on the exit there of S-Curve. Ivan getting it slightly wrong, and that opens up a bit of breathing room for our top 2. Sufor and Adam lead the way. A slight gap back to Ivan, and it's a big send up the inside from T-Bug, and he makes it work. He runs wide, and then Leclerc gets the cut back there in the red helmet as he looks to sit in the slipstream of Ivan, the 3rd place man. Up and over they go across the start-finish straight to start lap number 4. They cross the line now, but T-Bug looks to have the better of the acceleration, but he will have a compromised line into the first turn. It's Grundekern here. We've got that right think into this heavy braking left-hander. They turn, and Leclerc takes the piece there and parks it on the apex, which leaves T-Bug vulnerable and has to slot into P5.
Absolute chaos here, but we'd love to see a little bit of that, don't we, at the Norisring? All good stuff as Adam takes over the fastest lap from T-Bug and sets his sights on the front of this race once again. But yeah, Sufor is not going to roll over that easily. It's going to be a challenge to close up and then overtake.
Closing in now, we've got a scrap here going on for P3. As always, it's Ivan versus Leclerc. Ivan goes in deep. Leclerc does the cut back there on the exit there, which positions himself nicely to take the lead of this pack of 3 here for the final place on the podium roster. Goes Ivan into P4. Leclerc takes the position, but slipstreaming past over the start finish straight is Ivan as we head now through this right-hand kink into turn number 1. Into the heavy braking zone goes Leclerc, goes very deep, and that's going to leave him very compensated. And there's contact there. A little bit of a trip over there was T-Bug and Ivan, which simultaneously catches Leclerc on the exit. Leclerc is able to hang on by the skin of his teeth from this pack here. It's an absolute train. This is the FBM here. 3 by 3 they go through here. You cannot throw a cigarette paper between them, Pete.
No, absolutely. Apologies again for the lack of liveries. We are going to fix this in the break, and it should make it much easier to distinguish who we're talking about in the next race. But fortunately, these 3 have different helmets on them. We've got Leclerc there with the red helmet, Ivan with the yellow, and T-Bug in the background now. Yeah, they're putting on quite a spectacle. Oh, it's just so good.
Yep, snaking down the start-finish straight, trying to break the toe. Unfortunately, that is rather frowned upon in modern racing, but it works here at the Norisring. It's a big send up the inside from Leclerc, and a huge send from the outside goes T-Bug, and they cross over each other. T-Bug is taking it wide and has a fantastic drive out of the exit, but unfortunately, our leaders, Sufor and Adam, have come across some backmarker traffic, unfortunately, and that is rather awkward there. Is the backmarker getting completely in the way? That is...
Sufor!
Sufor is in the wall through no fault of his own. My word. Oh, yeah, there we go. That was, yeah, maybe to be expected there. Sufor showing his disgust there with what befell him through the S-curve there, Pete. I think we might have to move swiftly on from that, but Adam takes the lead.
Yeah, he does, and he's been brought right back into the fray with Ivan, Leclerc, and T-Bug. Sufor is now way down the order. In fact, he's dropped behind Hussein, I think. As T-Bug moves up into P2. But yeah, Adam has to hold on for 2 more laps, and there are more back markers up ahead.
I suspect this will be a rather spicy debrief post-race as Adam gets tripped over by T-Bug, who's very aggressive, and more contact at the end, and you have to be careful, boys, you can't do that. Leclerc and T-Bug They're getting back on the
Disaster.
gas and pulling right in front of the chasing pack. This race has completely fallen away from them. And at the front, Adam is now defending heavily from Ivan now, as you ride on board with him in this Brawn liveried helmet inspired by Jensen Button. Ivan on the braking zone now into the final turn. This is Deutzenteich curve. And there, Adam just washing out wide, but Ivan doing the same thing as well. It is lap number 7 here as we go on to start the final lap here of the Norisring. There's only a couple more opportunities for Ivan to make the move and try and take the win away from Adam. And we will see them now go for this right-hand kink into Grundekern for the final time. Adam looks like he's got this one locked down, just needs to nail his braking zone as he does hit the apex nicely and get on the power on the exit. Makes a bit of a mistake there, Pete.
Yeah, this is brilliant stuff as we watch from the rotating onboard camera on Adam's car. This is the pressure he's feeling from Ivan, who is very, very experienced, as we know, in the single seaters in LFS. But Adam's been around the block too. He is no slouch. Yeah, old teammate of mine from a long time ago. Let's see what he can manage as Ivan is in the slipstream, goes to the outside, trying to do it round the outside quite deep. And I think as long as Adam gets a good exit, he should have this wrapped up. But Ivan straight back in the slipstream. It's not a long run down to turn 1. Sorry, to start finish, and that should be that.
We applaud the aggression there. It was final ditch stuff there from Ivan, but not to make it work there. Adam takes the win. Fastest lap goes to Ivan. Such was his pace, but the win goes the way of Adam with a best lap of 54.7 seconds. Qualifying style times there, 0.001 seconds separating the fastest lap. If you think this series is competitive, take a look at those best lap times, and I challenge you to defy us otherwise. 0.3 seconds was the gap over the straight there, with Sufor rounding up the top 3. Hussein picking up a very respectable P4, and Mark wrapping up P5 with Leclerc unfortunately getting involved in that incident in the latter part of the race, finishing up P6. Martin Kapal P7, Nando P8, Mayer P9, and Dasnesh rounding out the top 10. And a great result there for Scowen. P20 he started, but wrapping up P11, Pete.
Yeah, not bad for him at all, and we will have to see what people can manage in the next race. I believe we have fixed or managed to fix the difficulties with our liveries in the background. So fingers crossed from the next race we should see lots more skins. But yeah, great stuff from all of our drivers. Plenty of stuff to debrief on though. Plenty of crashes and accidents. So the chat is going frantic. But that's the fun of pickup racing while people are learning this new track.
Yeah, and it's a tricky one as well. If you catch the slower moving traffic through S-Curve, there really only one line through there. And again, I suspect no malice in that incident that we saw on the screen, but a great shame for Sufor, who was looking really like he was going to be on for a victory there. But unfortunately, circumstances not falling his way. Again, we'll run through the finishing order. Adam, our third different winner from 3 different races, takes a victory over Ivan from Sufor, wrapping up in P3 with Hussein finishing up P4 as well. Mark finishing up P5, Leclerc finishing up P6, Martin Kapal P7, Nando P8, Mayer P9, and Dasnesh rounding out the top 10. Scowen finishing up P11, Maiko P12, Sudlier finishing up P13. Tugger Britt, I'll have to refer to you, Pete, on how to say that name, in P14 there. Kalempa P15, Vibe Station P16, Gutholes P17, MK P18, Mobius P19, and Red or Flyaway not able to finish, but P20 was his position.
Quite a few DNFs for you.
Yeah, only a few DNFs, 1 page's worth. Minivan, unfortunately, race 1 winner did not go his way this round at all. Kieran, P22, T-Bug, P23, Furls, Diego, Krabs, Roman, Gabba, Ride, and Mateus, all, unfortunately, great, very quick drivers there, Pete, all getting involved in incidents.
Yeah, not really that surprising. It's if you start lower down, you're going to get tangled up, especially at the pinch points around here. I've been amazed, actually, to see quite how many drivers are surviving around the Norisring, to be honest, considering the vast differences in experience at this track. But that's why these events are fun, because it's just a place for people to learn. And we're only here because we were bored. This wasn't planned at all. We just turned up to bring some coverage of it. So yeah, we didn't really know what to expect, did we? No,
not at all. Again, we were going off a stream that we did about 6 months ago when we debuted this mod on our humble channel here, and what a great event and an evening of racing that it was. And again, it's producing the same way. And Pete, how often can you actually race on this? Is it every Sunday again?
I think the server is up all the time, but yeah, Tutu will organise events where he'll just come online and change the cars every so often in sort of more organised racing. But yeah, the track mod is available on his server 24/7, and yeah, you can just come and join in. I think the next race on the calendar, the Live for Speed calendar, will be in 2 weeks' time. In fact, is it 3 weeks' time? I can't remember. Yeah, it's not on the calendar yet. But anyway, Tutu will announce when the next formal Norisring weekend racing will be. But yeah, it is normally on Sundays.
And it's a great little race as well. You're able to jump in the Norisring. Fairly simple layout. You can see it on the screen right now. It's very easy to get up to speed, but as mentioned multiple times before, it's those extracting those finer margins from the really quick guys and girls at the top of the timesheets. That is where the difficulty lies. As we've got Vodafone McLaren spinning on exit there, just behind the graphics. But yeah, you can see quite a simple track to learn. Again, a lot of history here. The Norisring, again, famous for its races with DTM. Historically, the FBM series as well has raced here for the ADAC German Formula Series as well. A little bit of history that I wasn't aware of there, so thank you to Tutu and yourself, Pete, for gracing me with such knowledge. But we are probably gearing up now for the second of our trio of races here with the FBM. It's going to be 12 laps on the board.
Yes, so expect that the drop-off rate will be pretty high at the beginning. Drivers, I think, are allowed to rejoin the race, so we may end up with quite a few back markers as well. Anything goes. We're here for fun. Let's see what the race at the front ends up looking like as the drivers are made aware that the 12-lap race is coming up. Hopefully people remember to change at the fuel load. We don't want cars running out of fuel, Kieran, at the end of the race. But take it away for, what is this, like race 5? What are we on, 4 or 5? I can't remember.
This will be race number 4. We've had 3 different winners from three different races. I certainly can. Only up to 10 though. Okay. So thank goodness we've only got that many.
Well,
so
we've got 12 actually.
Oh well, we're going to be screwed.
There you go.
Thanks, Pete, your help for that. Let's see what happens here as we all line up on the start-finish straight. It's red, it is amber, and we are holding for green and go here for round number 4 here at the Norisring. It is Adam leading the way, Ivan who leads the way from Sufor as well. Some fantastic liveries on display. Where were these in round number 1? Happy to see them on screen. It's 3 wide as we head into turn number 1. A dive up the inside and Sufor goes right away around the outside there. No guesses to guess where Leclerc is with the Ferrari livery in P5, and there's huge contact at the rear of the pack, cars scattering everywhere. At the front it's Adam and Ivan side by side through S curve. They go on the exit, lots of space given, plenty of respect there, and Sufor is going to pick both their pockets there and insert himself into P3 and start to challenge for the lead as he has the inside line into Deutzen Teich there under the braking zone. Sufor is taking the apex, pushes Adam out wide, and through goes Sufor. Now that might be a great move for him in the moment, but he will now have the draft. Our number 2 and number 3 drivers. This will leave Sufor slightly vulnerable as they cross the start finish straight to start lap number 2, and to the inside goes Ivan, and to the outside goes Adam. No, Alexa go back up the inside. That was a last minute lunge there. No contact made into Grundekern as we are on the exit now. Sufor holds position for now.
Oh, this is just brilliant, isn't it? When the drivers at the front manage to pull away, we are in for a treat as it's Sufor leading Ivan and Adam through the chicane. But don't discount Leclerc. He's right there as well as Adam gets a great run and pulls alongside Ivan up to the hairpin.
Yeah, we've got Gabri now, switched his name back there, has Gabri Leclerc, as I'm going to refer to him now for the rest of the evening. In P4 in the red Ferrari-inspired livery, he goes there. Oh, getting it slightly wrong and crossed up on exits, cost him a little bit of time there. Adam now sitting right under the rear wing of Ivan, giving him a little bit of a push over the start-finish straight.
Yeah,
he's giving a bit of a bump draft, not the kind of thing you normally see in the Formula races, but through they go, backs off ever so slightly. looks to make the lunge. No, not this time. Wants to keep the pace with Ivan. Running wide is Gabriel Leclerc, but gathers it all back. A big puff of smoke on the exit there. Got 3 wide back there for P6 as well. A big scrap going on there. Has got Scowen there on screen now, picking up P16 for his troubles. He is right in the thick of it, is Scowen. Now elevates himself up to P15. He is holding station as we head through S-Curve now as well. Let's see if he can hold it. Gabri is currently running in P4 there in the red Ferrari livery, just ahead of House, who is running in P5 as well. So let's see what happens there, Pete.
Yeah, as we're wrapping up lap 3 already, it's Sufor crossing the line with Adam now in P2 ahead of Ivan. A little bit of a gap there, so they have changed positions. But yeah, Leclerc has changed his name to Gabri for this one. Gabri is back.
Gabri is back, but as I mentioned, his name is now Gabriel Leclerc. That's what I'm going to refer to him as. So Gabriel Leclerc is running in P4 and doing a very respectable job for Ferrari in this particular season of events. Fastest man on track is Sufor, currently 0.8 seconds ahead of Adam. Fastest laps with him, looking very, very fast. And it's Maiko, all crossed up on the entrance to S-Curve. Gets the point in the right direction and rejoins nice and safe there. A few positions lost for Maiko. A great game, but he has it pointing in the right direction with no damage as we cast our eyes to the front now. Sufor leads from Adam, from Ivan, who is hot on his tail as we sit on the top of the airbox here of Ivan's car, looking down onto the start finish. Straight through they go. We sit on the left shoulder now of Ivan into the braking zone. Will a move be made here? He's a little bit far back. I don't think it's coming this time, but closes up greatly on the brakes there. Fantastic is Ivan, and on the exit he goes. A little bit of lag there, but nothing too much for him. Closes the gap nicely to Adam ahead as we head through S-Curve now. Let's sit with him through this section. We go now into the right-hander, clips the apex into the left hand as well, runs it as wide as he possibly dares to hit the exit now. Let's see what happens as we head into Deutschen tight here, just taking care not to hit the curb. Under brakes they go now. Leaders, 1, 2, 3 they go. Apex very nicely with maximum power on the exit. A little bit crossed up was Adam running in P2, and that is a lap of the Norisring with the FBM.
Yeah, and a great lap it was. We saw all the twists and turns. There aren't too many of them. It's just fun, isn't it? Long straights, heavy braking zones, a chicane thrown in there for good measure. It's a recipe for great racing. This first hairpin does always make me clench a little bit though, because we have seen some spears flying down into the turn.
Yeah, been 1 or 2 torpedoes launched into these heavy braking zones, but again, that's the kind of thing that these tracks invite. As we have Marker coming and rejoining in all the wrong spots there. Adam taking action.
Yes, Connex there making a move on who was that? It was on Tuga Brito up into P15 for Connex. Oh, as he's sort of nudged out of the way there, and Brito goes back through.
And here we now head into turn number 1. They go and have a fight. We've got Sufor versus Adam versus Ivan here. Your 3 still welded together, and Gabriel Leclerc is lurking in the background in P4. Do not look anywhere. These are some very, very fast operators. Will we have another winner this evening? Sufor won round 2. Who will he be our first double winner? Let's wait and see. Ivan looks like he's on for a result.
Yeah, super close racing here at the front with Sufor trying to lead out another lap, but Adam has closed up, hasn't he? So he's going to really try and take over the lead as soon as he can. Let's see if he can manage it.
And here we have our leaders through S-Curve, and we've joined right at the moment that Super gets it all crossed up on the exit, just about gathers it all up, but that's going to leave him very vulnerable to Adam, who sweeps around the outside, which will then become the inside through Deutzenteich curve at the exit here of lap number 8. And does the overlap sit with Ivan? No, not this time, but it is 3 people jockeying for the first place here. 8 laps have gone. We're about to start lap number 9. It's Adam versus Sufor versus Ivan. These 3 have been welded together and they head 3 wide over the start finish straight here at the Norisring as we head into the first heavy braking zone. Who's it going to be? Adam Alexis holds station at the rear, gets the cut back nicely. Can he get the overspeed now? It's Adam versus Ivan with Sufor leading the way again, as you were on the previous lap. There, I thought we were going to get a little bit of a change from the lead, but nothing happening for the moment. Sufor holds station in that purple liveried machine at the front of the grid. Adam currently sits in P2 and Ivan is fighting for P3. Gabri is lurking in P4 there as well, looking to capitalize on any moments that may happen. And speaking of moments, here we go into Deutzenteich. They're side by side, but again, nothing doing for the moment. Sufor putting on a defensive masterclass as it sits right now, Pete.
Yeah, this is absolutely brilliant. We're having a meltdown in the background here. Lots and lots of things to report after this race, but it's been fun for sure. So yeah, apologies for the sort of breaks in chat, but we're all good. Sufor leads us again down into turn number 1. And what can Adam do? What can he do to try and get past in the 3 laps he now has left?
Sufor is one of the best to do it here in Live for Speed, and getting a win over him is nothing to be snuffed at. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be going the way of Adam right now, who's having to go on the defensive as Ivan is looking to take advantage and maybe try and take his first win of the evening. Let's not forget, this is our 4th race so far this evening, guys. We've got 3 different winners from the first 3 races, and Adam wants to become the first double winner. Up the inside he goes, which pushes Sufor out wide. But on the exit, Sufor gets a better drive, and it is a complete drag race up to the start finish straight. The master race car driver, you can see in front of our screen, is Sufor as we head over the start finish straight now to start lap number 11. They are welded together, and the fastest lap sits with Adam into the braking zone of Grundekern. They are fairly evenly matched. Who's going to brake later? Adam's going to push it as wide as he can and gets the overlap. Nicely done there from Adam. That move was set up way back when on the exit of the S-curve of lap number 10. And he has been rewarded with the first place for now. But he is going to have to play follow my lead. Through he goes. Would you rather be the hunter or the hunted? Let's wait and see, because Sufor is one of the best to do it. And he's sitting in his wheel tracks. Ivan has fallen off the boil ever so slightly. And he is now under threat from Gabri running in P4. There is a real scrap going on from the final place on the podium. But now Sufor has the draft. Go Adam in the chat. We see from there, go Adam indeed, with the Sim Broadcast livery. But Sufor is hunting him down as we have this amazing sky shot. Sufor with the overspeed. Elects to go around the outside, which will become the inside here for Grundekern. Under braking they go. Sufor takes it, tries to get the snapback, parks it on the apex. Very nicely done. And it is a move from Gabri up the inside, but the overlap as well from Ivan means he gets to take that position back. Great racing all around from 1st to 4th as this is the final lap, Pete.
Yeah, what can Adam do here? I think his chances are slowly going away from him. The gap has gone up again as we wait and see what he's going to do in the braking zone. I don't think he can manage anything from here just on the brakes, but can he get a good exit and do it before the line? It's going to be tight. Bit of a wiggle there from Sufor, but he's got it all wrapped up. Kieran, take him to the line.
And Sufor is powering towards the start finish straight to take his 2nd victory of the evening. Our first double winner and the first man to do it in different machinery is Sufor, who takes the win with 0.4 seconds his advantage over Adam in P2. Close racing there from top to bottom as far as we could see, particularly for our front 4. It was a great scrap, I should say, and Gabri was just lurking behind but unable to make the advantage stick. No opportunities to capitalize on for him. It is your usual suspects on the podium, with Sufor taking the 2nd victory of the evening, the 2nd of 4 races, and breaking the duck.
Yeah, we'll just wait for the drivers to finish. A couple of close finishes down the order. as we reflect on the second of three FBM races. We've got one more to go. 14 laps the drivers are going to have to endure for this next one before we head to some more touring cars from the Japanese GT series.
Still time to join if you fancy a little bit of GT racing. If single seaters is not your bag, we've got Japanese GT cars, and we've also got GT3 later in the evening as well, all taking place at the magnificent Norisring here. You can see on screen this has all been put together by Tutu the dog, an amazing member of the community, and again the work that has gone into building this mod has been nothing short of spectacular. And the rewards, Pete, well, the racing's spectacular, but the visuals as well are fantastic as well.
Yeah, I love it. It's a pleasure. And hopefully you're all enjoying it wherever you're watching from. But let's quickly go down that order, shall we? The second of the 3 FBM races is a wrap, and it's Sufor from Adam from Hussem in the end, coming out of nowhere seemingly. Martin Capel sneaking in a P4 with Gabriel Leclerc there in P5. Ivanar, T-Bug, Mark, Mobius and Minivan, your top 10, with Connix, MK and Scowen rounding out the top 13. Sodlia with Gutholt, Roman, Roman, your final finisher, with DNFs from Mare, Brito, The Snash, and Flyaway, your top 20. On the second page, we've got Vibe Station 5, Kieran, Nick, Miko, Rid, Kilki, Kalempe, Nando, and Krabs. Good stuff. All right. I think that second page was completely fictitious. However, we did have 17 finishers in that race, and we should have Sufor from Adam on the front row in the very next race, which is coming up in a few minutes' time. Well, we're getting down our order here, Kieran. 5 races will be in the books very shortly, and at some point we'll have to decide if we want to take a quick break to grab a bit of dinner. As we remind everybody that this was a completely impromptu broadcast. We were bored, we thought why not, let's go and show off the Norisring and Live for Speed for Tutu and all of the drivers that are currently here. And yeah, we'll hopefully not be away for too long, because I am enjoying myself. I don't know about you, Kieran.
Oh, it's always a great time here at the Norisring as well. Again, the work that's gone into this mod, it's great to showcase it, but also the racing's phenomenal as well. Again, a little bit of fun, nothing too competitive, but again, good to see a good mixture of drivers across the board as well. So yeah, absolutely loving it.
Let's get another race in the books and then we'll see where we are. But yeah, the drivers are going to have another minute or so before we go for a restart. So a few more laps of practice. Remember, every single lap of practice the drivers do, the better the racing will be for the rest of us. So we can encourage as much practice as possible, as we still have, of course, more drivers joining. We've got 40 connections on the server at the moment, and this is an open lobby. So fire up Live for Speed, click on that Norisring Weekend Racing button that you see when you open the game, and come and drive with us. Why not?
We wait with bated breath to start our final edition in our trio of FBM races. 14 laps on the board. Let's hope we've all done our fuel calculations correctly in the settings box for our drivers. Don't want to be running out of fuel in this one. Originally 8 laps was the first one that was won by Adam. Sufor took victory in the 5th race of the evening with the 12 laps to run, and then we've got 14 ahead of ourselves now for race number 5. Let's see if we get another victory for Sufor to take a hat trick, or will a new pretender to the crown bring themselves up ahead of what should be a really fun set of GT racing? We've got Japanese GT cars, 3 races ahead of ourselves of that, and then 3 rounds of GT3 cars here at the Norisring. Very DTM if you would like to jump in on that. We have a look at some of the panning shots here. Cars maximizing the exit of S-curve there. Got a couple of cars in the tyre barriers as well. Again, practice does make perfect. They will get quicker, they will get faster, and the racing will become more frantic and hectic the longer this evening goes. But we now cast our eyes to the grid we have gridded up with Sufor on pole in that trademark kind of purple livery now. We have a couple of cars jumping in and moving. We've got Martin Capel currently sitting in P3 as Adam joins the race as well. We have a full grid, 29 vehicles on the tower, 30 vehicles now on the tower, and Sufor is waiting for green and go. Here we are. Sufor caught out at the lights. Unfortunately, it's a great getaway for Martin Capel, our P3 man, with a great run, and to the inside goes race number 3 winner Adam, where he's having to defend heavily from Gabriel Leclerc, who is up the inside 4 wide for the lead. Gabri takes the advantage, pushes them wide, and it's great work from Gabri. It's chaos at the back, Pete.
Absolute carnage further down. Impossible to pick out a single story, but we've still got cars crashing into each other, leaving this this hairpin. It's like real life. As we head through the chicane, almost 3 wide in places, but 2x2 as a car spins. The camera is way too far away to see what was going on there, but I think it was Adam. Adam and T-Bug coming together there.
Gabri is under threat from Sufor, but to the inside goes Gabriel Leclerc, trying to hold on to that position. He does, and it is a drag race to the line. Through goes Sufor, who just has a nose cone ahead of Gabriel Leclerc, who is running in P2 in the Ferrari livery, and lurking to the rear is Ivan, who is sitting in the draft the Campos livery, and it's contact for all 3 leaders. All 3 of them spinning. Goes Sufor, goes Ivan, and Gabri somehow, some way keeps the lead, but up the inside, I think there was a big lunge for the lead there as well. Through goes, no compromised exit. It's Martin Capel leading the way. Brilliant stuff. Go, Martin, go, he says, screaming from the commentary box there. But somehow Adam manages to navigate his way to P2. It's a sim broadcast 1 and 2 from Gabriel Leclerc, who is looking to charge away. And Adam is just under threat now from a pair of Ferrari liveried vehicles. Mobius sitting in P4 as well. It's 3 wide into Deutschen, and up the inside goes Mobius, and it is Gabri who holds on to P2. Adam gets P3. It is absolute scraps aplenty, but contact and controversy at the front.
Yeah, I threatened Martin by asking him to direct the next set of races, and he's decided to just win instead, so I don't ask him. That's not true, of course. I would never do that. But yeah, Martin is spearing away with Gabri and Adam fighting side by side behind him. Mobius comes up into the top 5 with Connix there as well, and this is becoming quite something, as Adam has to try and pick his way through Gabri if he wants to get up and play with Martin Capel, who seems to be opening up a bit of a gap, almost 1 second, as we've got cars in the wall. Was that Connix? Yeah, Connix hitting the wall, another car in the background hitting the wall. That corner after, well, the wall after the chicane, Kieran, loves to swallow people up.
Yeah, think of it almost like our own little wall of champions here, but up the inside goes Sufor, who is on the comeback now, and the charge through the pack now. Sufor, with a slightly compromised car, was pointing in the wrong direction down at the start-finish straight, was our first double race winner of the evening. Race 2 and race 4 going his way as well, but Sufor now finds himself in P4 ahead of this chasing pack. He does have the time to try and take the lead, but into he goes. Connix runs very wide and very deep, and it's contact again for Sufor. He's pointing the wrong direction again. It's gone from bad to worse for Sufor. What a shame for him. The pace is with him, and unfortunately the luck is not, Pete.
Yeah, this track is a super demanding one, and you really have to stay focused, and sometimes you are just unlucky when 3 try to go into 1, as Adam Brown goes to the outside to try and get past Martin Capel down into the hairpin, but Martin defends the inside in that black and yellow machine. Adam trying still to go around the outside, and I think now he is ahead.
Yep, Adam takes the lead from Martin Capel in the Pennzoil liveried FBM. Absolutely love to see that sim broadcast versus Pennzoil. Let's see what happens in the draft. Is Martin Capel elects to go to the inside. Switchback from Martin Capel. Very nicely done there into the braking zone. This is going to give him the inside line. Deep goes Adam, but the switchback will be with him as we head. It's a drag race. Yep, Gabriel Leclerc is lurking there in P3, looking to take his first win of the evening. Let's wait and see. Adam just has the overlap, but no. Through goes Martin Capel, not willing to let this go, but he is going to have to be compromised on the exit, which is going to invite Gabriel Leclerc, who gets the inside line on the exit of the S-curve, elevates himself up to P2. Braking now heavily. Gabri throws the nose up the inside. Contact there with Adam, our race leader. And these three are scrapping away. And Ivan sits a distant P4. But wait and see. Anything can happen in the next 9 laps. As we have our ride on board now with Gabri in the Ferrari-inspired livery. Gabri Leclerc goes to the inside for the right-hand kink. This will compromise him on the exit here into Grundekernel. Turn number 1. Heavy late on the brakes is Adam. Switchback, parks it on the apex. Contact on exit. But Gabri still has the overspeed. Let's see what happens as we head into the start of the S-curve. Martin Capel is waiting. It's side by side. Noah's Ark style. Late on the brakes goes Adam. Through he goes. Maintains the lead. Gabri is threatening, but no, not able to make it stick. Great defensive driving from Adam. He holds onto the lead by his fingernails.
Unbelievable stuff. Martin just watching and enjoying that, I think, in the background, as Gabri and Adam take it on to lap number 7 now, as we approach the halfway stage in this much, much longer single-seater action at the Norisring. What a brilliant race.
It's been brilliant racing all evening, and Gabri is all over Adam like a cheap Italian suit. He is dwarfing him and trying to put the pressure on. He has fallen back ever so slightly. 0.4 seconds back is Gabri, and behind him, Martin Capel in that yellow Pennzoil livery, the yellow submarine, as it's always coined at the Indy 500, is Martin Capel, who was leading this race for a time being, but looking like he could be on for a podium here, Pete, all going well.
Yeah, indeed. They are still battling, but they are still maintaining that gap to Ivan. But Ivan has the fastest lap of the race. You can just see him there, tucked up behind Martin Capel. The gap is coming down, and so are the laps. I think Ivan may have a shout here. He has closed up quite considerably. There he is. Let's see if he can grab a podium. How far up can he actually get?
Yep, Gabri Leclerc and Martin Capel can't afford to let Adam get away, because as he sets into his rhythm, he will become a very fast operator and he will grow his advantage. He was our race 3 winner, I should say, easy for me to say, was Adam, and he's looking like he's on for another victory here this evening. Gabri Leclerc, big slide on exit as he puts the power down. Unfortunately, that will invite an attack or two from Martin Capel, but no, fastest lap still sits with Ivan as we sit on his left-hand shoulder. Through S-curve we go, apexing left, right, big oversteer on the exit, just brushing the wall was Ivan. Unfortunately, that's going to compromise his exit here as we head into Deutzenteich now through the right-hand kink, stepping on the brakes, both feet through the floor, Flintstone style. Let's clip that apex nicely and get the power down. Going to be a triple slipstream onto the start-finish straight to start lap number 9. Let's see if anything can happen into turn number 1.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch this from the perspective of a car that is chasing down the rest of the pack. You can see there that Adam is building a gap ahead of these two, yeah, what Ivan is looking at here is an opportunity. He'll be analysing both the drivers ahead, seeing where they're making mistakes, where they're more compromised, because he knows he's only got 5 laps left to chase Adam, and he doesn't want to spend any more time behind these two than he absolutely has to. There you can see Martin slightly wide of the apex on the entry, and again at the exit, but again oversteer on the exit for Ivan in that dirty air means he loses the grip that he needs, and it's back to square one.
Our top 4 beginning to fan out now on the screen. About half a second gap between all of them now as well. Running wide is Martin Capel, but Ivan not able to take advantage at the moment. Just seems to keep snapping on him on the exit of these tight turns is Ivan, so we'll have to have a look at his setup potentially. Although this is the final race of these cars this evening, we'll be moving to our Japanese GT cars. As you can see at the top right-hander, this is a weekend of racing at the Norisring, and it's an open lobby. Come on down and get yourself jumped into some 90s Japanese GT goodness and some GT3s later on in the evening as well. The racing has been frantic, the action has been aplenty, and there's no reason why you can't be a part of it as well. At the front, Adam leads the way from Gabri Leclerc in P2. Fastest lap with him. He's putting in some good sector times at the moment. Martin Capel running in a very respectable P3, although under pressure from the P4 man, Ivan. Just coming through the back of shot there is Mobius running up P5. Minivan, our first race winner this evening, is in P6. And we've got Calix in P7, Sufor P8, and Nando running in P9 with House running in P10 as well. But the fight is with our front group, and right to the wall goes Martin Capel, almost playing a bit of chicken there with the track limits, but whatever works for him. You don't want to say otherwise. He's running in P3 at the moment. Into the braking zone we go. Ivan just misses his braking point, was coming up like a missile to the back of Martin Capel, but luckily just avoiding him as we head through the S-curve.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, this is coming to the fore now. Martin cannot afford any mistakes whatsoever. Ivan's finally has a good exit from the chicane. And is this it? To the outside line. Martin goes defensive for what will be the inside line at the hairpin. There is a small kink here, which will be advantage Ivan. But Martin need only lift out of the brakes a little bit later. But he's gone a bit deep. And through goes Ivan.
Ivan takes the lead there. Textbook move there from Ivan, and he elevates himself ahead of Martin Capel in the Pennzoil liveried machine. So it is Ivan running in P2. Gabriel Leclerc still with a fastest lap with him, just a second adrift from Adam, who is in absolute cruise control in the latter half of this race. 1, 2, 3, 4 they run through Grundekern in turn number 1 as we head towards the S-curve now. Adam leading the way, 1.4 seconds his advantage from Gabriel Leclerc. P3 we ride looking at Ivan here, who has been on the move in a race of what could have been for him. But Pete, as we look ahead, we have some lapped traffic ahead of our leaders, and we've seen a couple of awkward moments already this evening.
Yeah, fortunately, the car ahead of Adam is a very experienced one. It's Montbrot, which is a name from the past. So too is Gutholz. Goodness me, seeing some names I've not read out in a long time in Live for Speed. Great to see some names coming back for this sort of thing. So welcome back, folks, to Live for Speed and to the Norisring. It's great to have you here. But yeah, back to the point. Adam should be fine with Montbrot. He's been around the block.
Lap number 13, let's see what happens, because there is an almighty scrap going on up ahead. 4 cars jockeying for position ahead of our leaders. This is going to get slightly awkward here for Adam, because while everyone might in isolation be happy to move over for our leader, they may not want to give up the track position to their rivals. Through he goes, past the by the Mondrot there, I think you mentioned his name, through to the exit. They're not giving Adam too many issues, but up ahead lies plenty of issues. 4 cars scrapping away. This is going to be a bit of an issue for Adam.
Oh dear.
He doesn't have headlights, so he can't do the LMP1 flash, but oh my word, just about
Parting
the
of the seas.
Yeah, I was going to say the seas parting. Adam is otherwise known as Moses here within the community as well, as everyone spreads to the left and right, a path clearing for him as well. But we have back markers mixing with our front chasing pack as well. And this is all getting very heart in mouth moment here. No one really yielding track position. Into the braking zone goes Adam. And nicely done from our 2 contenders up ahead, but that has compromised their own race, unfortunately, as we've got Gabri tangling as well as Ivan as well, who is able to take advantage of that awkward moment and elevate himself up to P2.
Yeah, he benefited from that, didn't he? As Gabri has to slot in behind, and yeah, Ivan will grab a little bit of slipstream. No, he's already out to the outside line. Gabri grabs a little bit of slipstream. It's not going to matter though. Ivan is quite a bit further ahead now as we head round to the final corner of the final lap of this race. But Adam is on for another win.
This will be win number 2 for Adam. He took victory in race number 3. And race number 5 is going to go his way as well. The Sim broadcast machine crossing the line to take victory here at round number 5 of the Norisring. Adam takes the win with the best time of 54.2 seconds. Ivan takes second position, benefiting from some lapped traffic there. 1.6 seconds away was Ivan finishing up P2, with Gabri, the fastest man on track, fell away from him there. A P2 result went begging, but the fastest lap did not. 54.26 seconds was his advantage. Martin Capel off the boil ever so slightly, finishing up P4. Su4 P5, a race that really fell away from him, unfortunately. Minivan P6, Conix P7, Mobius P8, Nando P9, and Houseman rounding out the top 10.
We'll just let the drivers finish up their laps and we'll go down the order before everybody's going to get ready for a change of class. We are going to head over to the Japanese GT class in Live for Speed, of which we have many cars in that class to enjoy. For the next 3 races in tonight's Norisring races in Live for Speed. If that sounds like your thing, get yourself onto the server, why don't you? We are going to have a few mods from a few fantastic creators. In fact, just one creator for this class. It's Ivan CSX. He's put together an immense class of JGT class vehicles in Live for Speed. Yeah, whichever ones the drivers want to pick is completely up to them. they'll have a big choice on their hands. So practice for that will start very soon, while we go through the results of the previous race. So winning for the second time, as Kieran rightly said, Adam Brown for TC Racing there, driving in the sim broadcast machine ahead of Ivan, Gabri and Martin Capel. Martin has taken his leave for the evening. He's gone now, but thanks to him for jumping on and enjoying. Then we've got Sufor, Minivan, Conix, Mobius, Nando and Husem, your top 10, with Mark, Rid, Roman, R-Time, 7-3, Taxi, ZDD Player, Montbrock, Gutholtz and Scammon, your 19 finishers, with DNFs for Vibe Station 20, MK, Kalempa, Krabs, Ben, Brito, Hattori, Kieran, Miko, T-Bug 1 and Sodlia. I think that's the most drivers we've had on a finishing result tonight, so well done to everybody. Let's see what we get for the JGT class when all the drivers will be given those cars to try out in just a few minutes time. We'll take a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back for coverage of the JGT class very soon. We'll leave you with pictures of the track so you don't miss anything. Hello and welcome back, just in time for the start of the Japanese GT racing, Kieran.
Yep, very excited. What an era and what a series of racing this was. You're going to see some proper wall poster hero cars here in the evening. But let's look at those qualifying results. Sufo leads the way from Ivan. Nana Luca has joined us, wrapping up P3 with Minivan in P4 and Gen R in P5 as well. Some very quick times on the board.
Yeah, Arox there from Genuine Racing in P5. Nando, TC Racing's Adam, Hussem, Mark, and T-Bug, names we're familiar with from the first half. But what you might not be so familiar with is the the rest of the people, because we've got a lot of people who have come to join us for the second half. Desnash in P11, ZDD Player, Genuine Racing Ben, Kolempa, Roman, Montbaroc, Rids, Garen, Gomez, and Sodlia, your top 20. And on the second page, more names: Miko, R-Time, MK, Vibe Station, HJ93, Yuko, The Wolfman, Hatario, what is that? Hattori, sorry, Krabs, The Wizard DK, Darkside, Gutholtz, Nick K, and Lautaro Cause. Yeah, 34 cars, in fact, have qualified for the first of 3 races with the JGT class in Live for Speed. It's going to be a fun one, Kieran.
Where are they all going to fit on the Norisring, Pete? 34 cars on the Norisring is crazy and is absurd. But what fun we are going to have this evening, and what glorious engine notes we're going to have to accompany that as well. So great pictures and a great soundtrack here at the Norisring. 2.2 kilometers, 1.4 miles. Quick as you like, only 6 turns on the track here. The main ones you need to know: turn 1, Grundekern, big sends, torpedo style into turn number 1. Lots of runoff there to run wide on cutback. The S-curve, turns 2 and 3, very small margin for error. Narrow walls, if you run it out wide, risk will be rewarded. Turn number 5 there as well. The right-hand kink into the left-hand hairpin of Deutzenteich at the end, with the, again, another left-hand kink onto the start-finish straight. It's a quick lap. Sub 55 seconds is the pace you will need to win this race, and it has been as close as you like for the first 5 of this evening.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. The Impressive J, as it's called, is setting times just slightly faster than the FBMs, as we saw in the qualifying session. Sufor and Ivan, Nana Luca and Minivan, Arox, Nando, and TC Racing Adam, the top 7 within the 54s. So yeah, really good pace from those guys. And there you can see on the screen the schedule for tonight. I don't think we've ever had as many races on this schedule graphic in all the time we've been doing this, but that's a lot of races tonight, and we are on race number 6. Well, we're about to get going for race number 6. We've just had the qualifying session that's been playing while at least I've managed to get some food. I think, Kieran, you've got something in the oven waiting.
Yep, I've loaded up on Easter eggs and protein yogurt, so I'm good to go for at least the next 10-15 minutes as I wait for my food to cook in the oven. But couldn't have it any other way. Again, 2 hours ago this wasn't happening, but my word, am I happy that it is now. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think I'm good to go for the end, but I'll let you duck away if you need to get something out of your oven, I guess. But yeah, we'll play that by ear. 8 laps is the first race, then we'll have 10 laps, then 12, before we switch to qualifying for the GT3 race, and that's why a lot of people have come along this evening for that race. So I think things are just getting ready in the background for the first of our 3 JGT racing races here this evening. Tutu just trying to get everyone organised. He's got a lot of drivers on the server to organise now. 43 connections on the server. Great to see and there's still room for more. So please join in at any point this evening if you want to. Fire up Live for Speed and press that Norisring Weekend Racing join button. Kieran, let's do it again. Take it away.
Race number 6 of the evening here at the Norisring. We've got a front row lockout for the Imprezas. Sufor from Ivan with Nana Luca in the first of the Mazdas in P3. Minivan in the Supra running in P4 as well, with the first of our Porsches with Adam running in P6. But Sufor with 2 wins to his name, looking for a hat trick as we hit the revs and green and go here for round number 6 at the Norisring. They are all away cleanly. It's got 5 wide fanning out at the back. Look at this grid. 35 cars all fighting for position. 36 cars fighting for position as we dive into turn number 1. Our leaders getting through. Okay, quite a lot of bunching going on there to the rear. We've got some heavy contact in the braking zone, and that is getting very awkward for several drivers at the rear. But at the front, Sufor leads from Ivan, who leads the way from Nana Luca, who I think is falling away ever so slightly. No, Nana Luca is A-okay. Their top 5 running through there as well. Listen to that engine note there as we ride on board with Nana Luca. There, 2 Mazdas fanning out wide with a Supra firing it up the middle. Goes Minivan with a very opportunistic move, but that's clumsy in the braking zone. They're all tripping over each other. Heavy contact through there. And unfortunately, the one that missed out the most was Nana Luca.
Yeah, as we've got 3 wide in the background. This is the battle for P3, and it's all changed. Yeah, there you go, straight from one order into another order as those 2 Imprezas streak away at the front.
And into the braking zone they go. It's a move for position for Ivan. Ooh. Can he take the lead? Up and over the curb goes Minivan, but somehow, some way, keeping it pointed in the right direction is Minivan. But Sufor, with the fastest lap to his name, is going heavy on the defensive line as we've got a car off. That's Minivan spinning from the top 3. That's a great shame for Minivan. It's going to be very hard to pick a rejoin spot, but he does there, slotting in just behind, and more contact there. I think there was an AE86 there in the wall as well. There, I think we're all
Everyone's
just about
back and going.
Yeah, everyone just about through there again, but the Wall of Champions claiming yet another victor. But it is a side-by-side drag race over the start-finish straight. Ivan just has the advantage for now. Sufor sitting in P2 as well for the Master Race Car team. 2 of the top 3 positions occupied by Master Race Car drivers, but it is absolutely head-to-head as they head into Grundekern. On the brakes, they both mirror each other. Sufor pushes in wide, looks for the cutback. No, nothing doing there. Ivan has to slot back into P2. It's all advantage Sufor for now.
Yeah, and the battle behind between these lovely looking machines is getting hot as well, as Arox there is trying to catch up to the back of Nana Luca, who himself has hitched a ride in the slipstream of Ivan. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, you can just see ahead there. Nana Luca going for the inside. Nope, no room. Oh, and a bit of contact. Went over the curb. Ivan's out.
Ivan is out. He's off the map. My word, he's going to downtown Norisring there. He's all the way into the center of Nürburgring there, I believe.
Nuremberg,
yeah, it's Nuremberg. Yeah, unfortunately there, he is gone. Norris, of course, is the historical name for this track, hence the name. But there, gone was Ivan there. What a shame for the temporary moment race leader, but off he went into the sticks. He's been putted off into the rough there. And I think the curb was very much the 2 wood if Ivan was the golf ball there. Off into the bunker he goes. But at the front, Sufor leads from Nana Luca from Arox, who had an onboard shot for that moment there as we've read on board with him. But Nana Luca is now staring down the barrel of a potential victory here as Sufor is not able to get away from him.
No, I think it was Nana Luca that sent Ivan off into the stratosphere and through the signboard at the end of the straight. And there you can see on the brakes, Nana Luca, phenomenal there, closing up the gap to our race leader, Sufor, but for how long? That remains to be seen. This is only a short one. This is the shortest of the 3 races that we'll have. 8, and then we'll go up from there. As we head down to turn 1 once again, it's a different 2-horse race.
Yep, two new contenders at the front of the pack. Tutu is making me laugh in borderline hysterics here at my little makeshift commentary booth. Just saying there to Ivan, I've not been able to model the rest of Nuremberg yet. Could you please stay on the track? Does Tutu. Again, that update will be coming in due course. We may need it there if cars are skirting off at that part of the track. But Nana Luca here with the fastest lap with the RX-7 sitting in the draft of the Impreza. Although that gap seems to have maintained ever so slightly at 0.4 seconds. Su4 leads from Nana Luca. Su4 looking to be the first driver to have a hat trick of victories for now, but at the moment it's going to go begging for the moment. Nana Luca not letting him out of his sights. We are about to start lap number 6, Pete, and it has been action aplenty. Where has the time gone in this race?
Yeah, good question. If it looks sensible and sane at the front of this race, then you don't want to see what's going on elsewhere around the track. We have got a lot of close battles, but we'll keep the cameras trained on this one for now because it is the battle for the lead, of course. Now Luca, again, not with the best exit. He's locking up that car quite a lot. You can see the amount of smoke pouring out of the back at every single braking zone, of which there are, well, how many are there? 3 or 4 around here. So, yep, he's got to be careful. 3, I think. 3 braking zones.
Yeah, you got to say Nana Luca looks the more comfortable of the drivers here. The fastest lap is with him as under brakes, right as I made to eat my words there. Nana Luca taking as much of the curb as he can on the exit to sit right in the draft now of Su4, who still leads the way, but the overspeed and the slipstream is with Nana Luca. And look at the pace difference between the Mazda versus the Subaru down the start-finish straight there. And Nana Luca smartly choosing to go around the outside for this right-hand kink because it will give him the inside line into Grundekern as he takes the lead, blocks the apex, and that move was absolutely textbook Norisring there from Nana Luca, who takes the lead from Su4. Welcome to the chat, Nana Luca. We have been missed. Let's see what he can do. Can he hang on to it for now? Running wide through the S-curve and on the exit, getting the power down. Su4 looking for the counter-attack, Pete.
Yeah, Master Race Car versus Master Race Car. We love it. And Arux is dropping back. Hassem is there. And then there's a massive void back to T-Bug in P5 as Su4 takes another look again around the outside. But there is no room at the in. He'll have to slot back in and try it down into turn 1. But has the Impreza got the legs on that RX-7 ahead?
Let's see what happens. The Subaru is in the slipstream now. It's basically a copy and paste of lap number 1, except this time Nana Luca covers off the outside line, which will protect the inside line into Grundekern, but the overspeed may be done on the exit, and there's contact. They're tripping over each other, and Su4 is pushed wide by Nana Luca there, who sort of missiles him off in the braking zone, albeit Su4 did look to sweep across the nose there. All got very tricky there on the last lap, and I feel like that result has gone begging for Su4, unfortunately. But again, a scrap for the ages. Expect that to rage on as we head into the next 2 races with the Japanese GT series. Nana Luca has a heck of a gap now, but Arux is putting here Su4 under pressure. He will take the inside line into Deutzenteich. Under the brakes it goes. The Mazda dives forward on the nose, gets the power down there, and that has left Su4 incredibly vulnerable, and not just 1 position lost, but 2 positions, Pete.
Yeah, 2 Imprezas now, 2 RX-7s at the front of this race. And yeah, that is quite the change as Nana Luca comes across the line to win the first of 3 here tonight. Arux takes P2 at the final breath, and Su4 steals the final space on the podium. Lucky not to miss out to Hassem as well there. Only, well, what was the gap in the end? Not a lot at all, only a second in it between P3 and P4. And Hassem takes the fastest lap of this one.
Yeah, only 6 laps on the board there, so quite a short run there was the race. But Houseman, yeah, taking obviously P4, but the fastest man on track with the best time of 54.4. But again, not comparative. Our leaders were all scrapping and fighting away. And speaking of scrapping, contenders still crossing the line now to solidify their positions there, as we had a flurry of cars crossing the line there as well. What a well-attended race this is. Over nearly 30 vehicles on track, and somehow they all found a space to fit. But that is the result of our first race, 6th race of the evening, but first with the Japanese GT cars, 2 more to come. Do not go anywhere.
Yeah, indeed. Let's have a look at the results in full before we head on to race number 2. A great one at the front, but stolen in the end by the RX-7s, Nana Luca for Master Race Car and Arux. That's Julian Shine for Genuine Racing in P2, with Su4 and Hassem rounding out your top 4. Hassan with the fastest lap, 54.461, which is faster, I think, than anyone managed in the FBM race. So it just shows you the pace that these cars have. They are definitely ripping up the tarmac out there, pushing for everything. Minivan, strong contender all evening long, finishes in P5. Didn't have it all his own way at the beginning of the race. Had to make up a few places after dropping back at the start. With Desnash, Mark, Adam, Gomez and ZDD Player rounding out your top 10. It's Hachiroku from Sim Racing Polska in P11, Montbrot, Nico, Darkside, Nando's, Sodlia, Lautaro Corres, Yuko, HJ93 and Vibe Station your top 20. Over on the second page, it's Our-Time, Vina, Gutholz, Scowen Roberts, yes, the very one, Kalempa, Hattori, T-Bug, Sainwan, Roman MK, Nick K, Rid, Wizard DK, Ivan R, Ben, and Mouseman LV, your 36 starters, of which we had 26 finishes. Not bad. I think the rate of attrition is going down, if anything, tonight. Kieran?
Yeah, we saw plenty of action into Grundekern on lap 1, but such is the trademark nature of the Norisring here. Those big, wide track coming down to quite a hefty pinch point there as well. But a great result there for our winner, Nanaluka, getting a win on the board now as well, showing his intent this evening to the likes of Su4 and Minivan, previous winners as well. Adam finishing up P8, but spare a moment for Ivan there as well. Fancied a little trip to the town centre of Nuremberg, did he? But again, managing, he'll go again in race 2 and 3 this evening.
Yeah, a short break now before we head to a 10-lap race with the same cars. Drivers have got a little bit more practice under them now, which can be a good thing. It can also very much be a bad thing. The overconfidence starts to creep in, doesn't it, Kieran? And people start to go for moves that aren't on, but are deceptive, especially into turn number 1. We saw after about the top 10 that most of the drivers were facing either sideways, the wrong way, upside down, that sort of thing. So hopefully we have more drivers at the front of the field willing to put on a show for us.
That's true. You will expect some new contenders to bring to the fore, but essentially what we're doing is we're trusting the drivers with slightly more horsepower, which might be, in hindsight, a very silly thing to do, but we're just dialing up that dial there in an evening, just giving a little bit more horsepower, a little bit more downforce. We started with the FK9, as you can see on screen. We then moved to the lovely FBM, the single-seater formula car, and now we're into the Japanese GT cars. We will add the final steps of downforce and horsepower this evening with the GT3 class, but right now we've got some amazing and iconic cars on the screen right now. Nanaluka won the first of our trio of Japanese GT car races this evening, but 2 more to go. Let's see if he can get another win or 2 before we head to the GT3 grid.
Yes, those of you who've been here from the start will be sick of us saying this, but this is an open lobby event. We weren't due to be going live at all until tomorrow for the Zafralis All-Rounder Championship, but you know what, Easter Sunday, a bit bored. Lovely to join a bit of Norisring weekend racing. So fire up Live for Speed, press on that old join button and get involved in the action. We're halfway through. We've got 6 races done, 6 to go. JGT and GT3 class racing coming up. There's the helicopter just whisking across the screen there, Kieran. This is a lovely mod. It's got so much going on with it.
It really, really does. And again, the work, we mentioned it a little bit earlier in the stream. We are in a group chat with Tutu the dog, the creator of this mod, and the work that he puts in is ridiculous. And every week we're provided with screenshots of the new things that he's adding in, the new elements, the new backdrops. And again, if you can, go back and watch that stream from 6 months ago, sort of late December here on Sim Broadcast. Look at how this mod looked that time round, and with the recent updates to Live for Speed, but also with the continued improvement that Tutu has put into this mod, the work has been phenomenal and absolutely fantastic, and he is reaping the rewards, because what a great venue this is. And there is a reason why, even though it was the very last minute, we have such a strong grid, because wow, the work has been so impressive. Hats off to you, Tutu. Great work.
Yeah, here, absolutely agree with that one. Yeah, we've still got a huge number of drivers in the server ready to enjoy more racing this evening. Don't forget, we've got the GT3s coming later on this evening with those 2 final races with a rolling start. Goodness knows how that's going to play out with some drivers who will have never done a rolling start before in Live for Speed. But yeah, I think we will have a safety car for that one, and I'm sure Tutu will have to do some explaining to the less experienced people we have with us. It's all fun and games, isn't it? I love pickup racing on a Sunday.
Yeah, it's always good fun. Again, you'll always be able to find drivers that are at your similar sort of level as well. Again, the Norisring is a fantastic venue for this race. But again, no pressure, not too serious. It's just all about the fun at the moment as well. But as we grid up for the next race, here we have everyone lined up. Nana Luca on pole in that sort of fluoro orange Mazda as we have revs arising. Everyone joining up to the grid now. We are gridded up and ready to go. Watch for Ivan, P22. He will be coming through and charging through this like a red rag to a bull, trying to get back to the front of this grid. We have Arox sitting in P2, Houseman in P3, and it's green and go for race number 7 here of the Norisring. Cars fanning out, trying to find their best position as we head down into turn number 1. Will they get away cleanly here? Through they go into the braking zone now. Nana Luca has a bit of a gap ahead, which is nice. We have cars barreling in. Huge contact there. Cars massively missing their braking zone. It's more like bowling down at the alley there, unfortunately. 6 or 7 cars involved in quite significant incidents. But at the front, Nana Luca peels away. Through the S-curve he goes, hitting his apexes nicely. Contact there. The third and fourth place is a minivan. And there's big contact there on the exit. And that is more NASCAR-style incident. You've got cars facing backwards and scattering everywhere. Everyone just about evolving. I can see a Team America Motorsport car there pointing in the right direction as well, but that was proper heart-in-mouth stuff, Pete.
Yeah, not ideal. And again, a repeat of what we saw in race 1. It's classic Norisring. It's just a pinch point, and in the sim, drivers have got more confidence than perhaps they should have into there. They need to take it a little bit more carefully on lap 1, and we've already got an enormous gap between the top 3. It's Hachiroku who's made up a large number of places, way down inside the. I think he was outside the top 10 at the beginning. He's up to P3. With Hussein there, who did very, very nicely in the first of these JGT races, dropping back now to P5 in a side-by-side battle with Ivan, who will want to get back up the grid. Hopefully no escapades into downtown Norris.
I'm not being funny, Pete. I just want to draw attention to the man on screen, Ivan. He started this race P22.
Yeah, like I said, I kind of I wish we had a replay because that's insane. How has he managed that up to P4? In fact, now is Ivan. Wow,
18
stuff.
18 positions in 1.5 laps. That's got to be some kind of record. That is absolutely ridiculous there. He's almost driving a GT3 car while everyone's driving some sort of GT4 machinery there. What on earth did that first lap look like for him? We'll have to get the replay from him if possible. But Ivan running in P4 had an absolute nightmare of a first race with the Japanese GT cars. That's why he was so far down the order when exploring the market stalls of downtown Nuremberg, as he was fired off the screen, unfortunately, by race winner Nana Luca. At least that's what we could see from the replay. But at the front, Nana Luca leads with the fastest lap of the race. 6/10 his advantage. 4 seconds back is Hachiroku there as well, running in a very respectable P3, but under bags of pressure now from Ivan, who is hunting him down. With Adam, double race winner this evening as well, has managed to elevate himself back up into P6. We have contact and cars scattering in the background, Pete. And we're going to move up the inside, goes the Ferrari, and up the inside, contact with the Mazda as well. Oh, and there's more clumsy contact there. Again, that is the trademark of the Norisring. Big, wide track, huge pinch points there, but Gomez in the Ferrari currently running in P9. Fastest lap of the race sits with Adam, who currently sits in P6.
Yeah, sorry, I had some audio issues there. Kieran, but yeah, I love these long straights where you can see all the action playing out in the background. And yeah, it's absolutely brilliant stuff here as we're watching some of the action further down the grid from drivers we've not really seen much of tonight because the action at the front has always been so intense. But here's Mark, who's been a regular on the results screens that we've seen all evening long. He's currently in P11, having a good old scrap down there with a bunch of other people. But yeah, what a beautiful sight it is to see all these cars on the Norisring mod. Yeah, maybe in a bit I'll talk again about how this thing has even been put together. Saw a message in the chat earlier saying, how is there even a helicopter? Well, wouldn't you like to know? We'll talk about it in a bit as we watch back at the front. Arox in the lead with Nana Luca in the bright orange RX-7 trying to get a foothold back in this race. Yeah, fast and frenetic at the front, as Kieran would say, with now TCR Adam defending hard from the likes of Ivan, who's trying to get back up to the podium. but he did start at the very, very back of this race. It's impressive that he's even managed to get back up this far so quickly. As Hachiroku there, actually going for putting his eyes in.
Yep, Hachiroku making a fantastic move there. Through goes Hachiroku up to P5, and Adam finds himself in P3 now as well. Unfortunately, Hachiroku is going backwards as faster drivers are coming through into the higher places. It's Arox leading the way from Nanaluka there as well. So what on earth has happened there? Nanaluka in the fluoro orange Mazda, finding himself in P2. His advantage was great, but he has fallen away now as we head into the S-curve. We ride on board with him now. Pinpoint accuracy from Nanaluka. Through he goes there, but currently running in P2, but looking to put Arox under threat at the front of this pack.
Yeah, Nanaluka has his work cut out now as Julian decides how he wants to play this. But yeah, Nally with a little bit of slightly poorer internet connection than some of us can stomach. His car is jumping around a little bit, which makes it a little bit tricky for the competitors as well. But he draws alongside Arox now, over start finish, slightly ahead as we head down into turn 1.
Lap number 7, and Nanaluka has taken the lead before we got to the braking zone of Grundekern. However, Arox is looking to put him under pressure. Here they go, side by side, but no, Nanaluka has the overlap and takes hold of P1, does him now in the braking zone. Big puff of smoke there. I said lag playing a little bit of a factor there as well. Nanaluka's car jumping around all over the shop, but Arox now has the run in the slipstream. Is he able to challenge for P1? He is challenging indeed as we head into the heavy braking zone of Deutzenteich. Around the outside goes Arox, who hangs it wide as you like. Nanaluka tries to shut the door and does rather abruptly shut the door and sort of puts him briefly into the wall. That's going to stunt the momentum of Arox, who now over the start finish straight will sit in the draft and look to challenge again, Pete.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, and the back markers start to come into play. We are again also running out of laps, so drivers need to decide how they want to play this towards the end, as there are plenty of puffs of smoke seen from our helicopter camera that we've got circling above Nuremberg here in Live for Speed. But it is Nanaluka back in the lead and trying to pull open that gap over Genuine Racing's Arox. Adam Brown, further back, has been through the wars. He's 3 seconds adrift from these pairs, so I don't think we'll be seeing him anywhere at the front before the end of this race, unless something horrible happens, of course. But so far, so good for these two. It's just brilliant. I can't get over how good this thing looks.
It looks like it was meant to be. And again, I think for the benefits of those that may be just joining us, Pete, could you just explain again for us just how this track has come to be here in Live for Speed?
Oh, go on then. It's slightly complicated, but Tutu has done an amazing job at essentially abusing the capabilities of the LFS editor, which is, well, normally people use it for making cars. So all of the mods that you see in today's action, including all 8 of these JGT class cars we've got here today, were made in the LFS editor. And there is a new special type of sort of object you can make in the LFS editor called an object mod, which is what Tutu the dog has done with this Norisring track in Live for Speed. There are 3 mods stacked on top of one another. One provides the racing surface, the other the track paraphernalia, and some of the props that we see. They're all stacked on top of each other, as well as an LFS layout, which is concealed within some of the objects to provide the wall hitboxes and the armco, and also the curbs. There are some rumble strips under some of the runoff areas, and it all culminates in what is a fantastic replica of the 2009 version of the Norisring in LFS.
Well, with hard work, rewards will come, and rewards are coming for Tutu the dog, the obviously curator of this mod. Again, he's put in a lot of hours trying to get this up and running in the Live for Speed engine, and he has done a fantastic job of that, and the racing that we have been provided has been nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, full credit to him. This is the 3rd time this track has appeared in various guises on our broadcasts since September. In fact, last year we agreed that it was September, didn't we? But yeah, 2 weeks ago it was given its E-Challenge debut, which was a fantastic event, which I had to catch on replay because I wasn't able to make it along on the day, unfortunately. But yeah, happy to be here with you again, Kieran, commentating on more fantastic action as Nanaluka takes the win.
Yep, Nanaluka takes victory in race number 7 here, but the second of our Japanese GT cars themselves. Nanaluka, the first driver to win 2 on the bounce. Can anyone cause him a threat in race number 3, or will it be a hat-trick of victories for Nanaluka? We'll have to wait and see. It's an absolute scrap at the back of the pack as they all come over the start-finish straight. Again, north of 30 cars started this race. Not all of them have finished, of course, but it is Nanaluka from Arox, Adam with the fastest lap finishing up P3, Hachiroku P4, Mark P5, Yuko P6, Darkside finishing up P7, Gomez in P8, Monbra in P9, and Ivan rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, great stuff. We will let everyone finish. I think we are all done actually, and we can go through the full and final results before the final race in the the final couple of races in the JGT set of races we have here tonight. If I get my words out, it's been a long one, but we'll get there. Let's have a look.
And here we are. There are your finishes there, Pete. Nanaluka taking victory. It's the second of 2 for him with one more Japanese GT round to go. Can he make it that hat trick? Let's wait and see. Arox kept him honest in P2. Adam, ever the danger man, with 2 victories to his name this evening in P3. If luck goes his way, he might be a continued threat. Hachiroku P4, Mark P5, Yuko P6, Darkside P7, Gomez P8, Monbra in P9, Ivan in P10. Dasnesh P11, Yotak P12, Airtime P13, Roman P14, Pinto P15, Red finishing up P16, Vibe Station finishing up P17, San1 in P18, Gutholes 19, and Hattori rounding out the top 20. We have Wizard P21, Vina P22, Miko 23, Nando from Sufor, Kalempa, Houseman, Minivan, Crevette, Jen R. Ben, Sodler, HJ, and Mad rounding out the top 33. But again, a fair few non-finishers there from P22 onwards. 11 non-finishers, Pete. A real race of attrition.
Yeah, also in that one, actually, I think, than the first JGT race that we had. So let's see how we do in the next one. Yeah. We're going to have a 12-lapper before we head to the GT3 qualifying. So the final time for the drivers to show us what they've got in the JGT class. Nanaluka clearly very strong. Ivan R again a little bit unlucky, finishing down in P10 in the end after a fantastic start. You mentioned he climbed, what was it, 18 places at the beginning of that last race. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, what a climb did Ivan have there from P22 all the way up to P4 by the end of, by halfway through lap number 2. Unfortunately, sort of fell away from him towards the end, though.
Well, here we go. Off to the grid once again. Take it away for race number 8.
8 races we have had here at the Norisring, and one after another they have come thick and fast and very full of action indeed. We are queuing up for round number 8, the last of our triumvirate of races here with the JTC class. We are red, amber, and holding for green and go. We are here at the Norisring. Nanaluka has opted for a slightly different livery here with the vibrant lime blue.
Oh,
and it is huge contact
crashes
from the start. My word, and cars scrambling to avoid. More cars, tyres scattering everywhere, Pete. That is real drama at the back of the grid. Huge puffs of smoke and more contact here.
Yeah.
It's gone absolutely feral.
Yeah, drivers just not taking enough care off the start. There's a lot of cars. It's a long run down with only a small sort of jink to the right before you get on the brakes. And again, Nanaluka afforded an absolute dream start here in race number 8 tonight. Let's see how many cars we can get into the sort of main part of this race. It looks like we've got a decent number of cars still running, so we should be all right. But yeah, the guys need to learn how to start a race off here, because by the time we get down to the rolling start races later on, things could become very unpretty indeed. But Nanaluka across the line to start lap 2 of 12 here with side-by-side action between Ivan, who's had another amazing start, up 9 places.
9 places gained for Ivan, replicating the kind of moves he was on lap number 1. Just to go back to it, Pete, again, as you mentioned there on lap 1, you certainly can't win the race on lap 1, but as Adolf added goes, you can certainly lose it, and several drivers there have indeed lost their chance at victory. But one driver that has been making great moves is Ivan, up to P2 now. He goes from the outside top 10. He has elevated himself up a plenty, almost a couple of positions per every corner. He is hunting down Nana Luka, who leads away by 1.4 seconds, as we have a scrap here with Darkside looking to make a move up around the outside in the Porsche. Can he make it stick on the RX-7? Let's wait and see. It's a drag race between them. No, Darkside slots back in now behind the Mazda RX-7, but in the draft he goes with the overspeed, looking left, looking right, not able to do so there. The speed is with the Mazda. And here we go. Darkside is on the defensive here in the yellow Mazda, and the car is coming through. Now that it looks like it's Airtime looking to make the move. Both of them run deep, but Airtime runs a little bit less deep, and this cutback and switchback, they will head into S-curve side by side, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. There's more drama going on behind. We don't often get to look this far down, but the top of the race is looking pretty stable at the moment. Nana Luka with a bit of a gap over Ivan, a gap over Arox, Mark, and then it's Darkside and R-Time who are still going at it here. You can see them just cutting through camera as they head down to the hairpin, and yeah, R-Time takes over from Darkside there, leading this long train of cars, the longest train we've seen for a while, through there.
We have cars all fighting for position in the bottom half of the top 5. Let's wait and see who comes out on top, but it is an absolute train of some of the best that Japan was able to offer us at the time period here. Porsches, Mazdas aplenty. Take your pick. It's a real scrap. Oh. In deep goes Darkside, and off the track he goes, and that has cost him big time. It's bit him not once but twice, and Darkside has plummeted down the order. What a shame.
Yeah, now R-Time has to try and keep it ahead of the Snash and the two fighting cars there, the Porsches with Montbrot and Pinto. Pinto from Last Lap Motorsport joining in here and up to P8 so far.
It's a great showing there from Montbrot and Pinto, they're P7 and P8 respectively. You can't pick between them, unfortunately, both running the same liveries there, the STP livery on the Porsche, but both running exceptionally well, as we have Montbrot just running slightly slower. Yuko has inserted himself into this fight as well in the British Racing Green Mazda RX-7. I know we can appreciate that, Pete, as we ride on board with him over the start finish, straight to start lap number 5. We head into Grundig-Kern. He's too far back to make a move here, but not able to make it stick. But in deep goes through there Montbrot, but up the inside as well.
Miko.
Throws it up there is Miko there. That is a really aggressive move from Miko, but he's now compromised the exit there, not able to get the overspeed. It's 3 wide through the S-curve, and this ain't gonna work, boys. And contact there, right on cue between the Celica and the Impreza, and a good choice to disconnect there before anyone ploughed in and further damage was caused.
Yeah, just as well, as we've got 3 wide heading into the hairpin. The Snash over there in the Team America livery. He's actually got a livery for this car, a custom one. That's nice. Oh, was into the wall. He sends the Porsche barreling backwards down the order. That was R-Time, who just has pulled over now at the pit entry. Unfortunate end there for him, but the race must go on. It's Nana Luka, who is now starting to feel a little bit of pressure from Ivan again.
The livery looks amazing, but the pass was maybe not so much, unfortunately, just sort of forcing the door closed between the Armco and himself was Dasnesh, but it has worked for him. P5 now is the Mazda driver from Team American Motorsport, but it is at the front, Nana Luka leading the way from Ivan in P2 with the fastest lap there, and you can see him putting Nana Luka under bags of pressure now as we ride on board with the Master Race Car driver here. Our leader is Nana Luka in the Mazda RX-7, Ivan hunting him down closely behind and followed by Arox in P3, Pete.
Well, this is a brilliant camera angle. I love it, seeing the track from a different perspective. And as soon as we hit the brakes now, you're going to see Ivan's Subaru become huge in this camera. But it's another good corner, another good exit from Nana Luka. And this thing absolutely screams away. I think Ivan's had a pretty good exit there. And let's see how he manages through the chicane. Again, I love watching it from this low down rear end camera view. You can see how quickly the apexes and walls come at the drivers, and yeah, Ivan doing a superb job to keep up and to try his hand to see if he can get another win.
Yeah, Nanaluka here almost has the pace advantage on the back straight and the front straight, but in the corners you've got a fancy Ivan in the Subaru Impreza, looks to be able to close up massively under the braking, but looming large is Arox. 3 different cars in the top 3, sorry, make that 4 different cars in the top 4. Mark is looming there in the AE86 in that grey car there as well, vaguely resembling one of the Japan's best exports in terms of the Toyota catalogue, and in P5 is Dasnesh in the Team American Motorsport orange liveried Mazda RX-7, Yuko in the British Racing green IMX-7 in P8, and Monbro under massive amounts of pressure here from Pinto. These two have been scrapping for a couple of laps, Pete.
Yeah, indeed. I think all credit to the drivers out there having a great time. And yeah, at the moment it's Pinto with the advantage over Montbrot. Montbrot's going to have to find something else to get past the LLM driver. But yeah, Ivan is actually losing places. He's just been overtaken by Arox. Something happened into the hairpin.
Yep, Arox able to take advantage of whatever befell Ivan there into the braking zone. Up goes Arox into P2, but the fastest lap still sits with Ivan. The pace is with him, but while these two continue to scrap, the lead falls away. Can Nanaluka make it 3 wins from 3 races and take a clean sweep in the Japanese GT category? We will wait and see. There is just over 3 laps to go to find out that answer. We've got some very, very quick drivers in this category, but again, it's an open lobby. Get yourselves down and join us. We've got GT3 action coming up for the latter quarter of this evening's events. Ivan, their fastest lap, 1.7 seconds off the pace now, but we have scraps building in the background there. Nov9 there in P14 with a rather battered looking RX-7 and a car up and on its roof there, Pete.
Yeah, sane one. Unfortunately, upside down at the exit of turn 1. Nov9 just navigating their way past there. With just under 3 laps to go. Nanaluka across his start finish still has just under now a second to Arox, who has taken over that position from Ivan. And Ivan now looks like he's dropping back. He had the fastest lap, or has the fastest lap rather, but does he have the tyres?
Well, it all seems to be falling away from him, unfortunately, and I'm hoping his fuel numbers are all right and he's not doing lift and coast. But unfortunately, yeah, this race has fallen away from Ivan, who was looking on to challenge for victory, but now he's barely hanging on to his podium as Mark is hunting him down as we ride on board with him in his AE86. Big sequential gearbox there in the center of the console. Heavy under brakes, banging down the gears, down the way down to to the second gear on exit, on the power. Now firing through the gears. That's 3rd gear, and now we're going to hit the rhythm for 4th gear onto the start-finish straight, foot to the floor, as fast as you can go to see if Mark can make up and get himself some silverware on the podium as we head on to lap number 11 of 12. It's the closing stages. Let's wait and see who will come out on top.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Drivers need to get it out of their system because there's going to be a bit of a switch going on soon. Over obviously to the GT3 category. 2 laps to go here. What can Mark do? Can he get past the ailing Ivan to secure a podium in tonight's proceedings? Well, this has gone differently than I imagined tonight. Kieran, it's been a lot of fun so far, and it doesn't look like it's going to lift off at any point.
Absolutely not. We've had action in every single series that we've ran. The FK9 was brilliant. The FBM was brilliant. The Japanese GT cars are fantastic as always right now, with Nanaluka under bags of pressure here from Arox. What is this late race pace from Arox here? He's come out of nowhere and eaten this advantage massively. Here comes Arox. Can he make a move now? No. Slower moving traffic ahead of Nanaluka. Big puff of smoke into the braking zone here. Arox is dialing up the pressure and putting Nanaluka under that pressure here as we head into the final time through the S-curve in these cars. Under the brake, we dive right, hit the apex, straight line it through the right-hander as well, hit the apex and run it as wide as we can on exit through the wall of champions. Will these back markers play a factor here? We really hope not. Let's wait and see. as we head into Deutzenteich for the final time. Under brakes they go, apexing, and the car spins right in front of Nana Luca, but thankfully not to any much dismay for our race leader at the moment, and race leader will now become race winner. Nana Luca for the Master Race Car team takes the victory, 3 for 3 on the bounce. Nana Luca, a clean sweep, and this is an absolute drag race to line between Mark and Ivan. That is as close as you like. I cannot believe it. Look at the margins, 0.018. Wow.
Yeah, 18 thousandths of a second. Ivan wins that. I thought, you know what, I thought Mark had that, but just enough for Ivan. Mark narrowly missing out on a podium, but fair play. Caught up very, very nicely, but just needed maybe 50 meters more to secure the podium. Well, that puts an end to the JGT category. We are going to take a quick breather while we get ready for the start of the final category of cars that we have here this evening. It's going to be some interesting action with the GT3s. 10 minutes of qualifying will follow. Then we'll have 6, 8, 12 and 15 lap races, and those final 2 races of the evening are going to have a rolling start. Goodness me, how's that going to go? Well, I'm sure it'll be fine, as usual. Let's see how we get on for qualifying. The drivers are going to get some time to warm up now. And the GT3 class is absolutely stacked full of brilliant machinery. The GT3 class has always been popular in the for speed, but even more so now that we have mods and the community are able to put together some absolutely epic cars for us. We've got the Pochette 188 GT3, the McLatter 700S GT3 Evo, the Adda 8R GT3 Evo 2, the Ferrer 488 GT3, the Ardu G8 GT3 LSM, the Mecha Evo GT3, the 4M GT3, Fun Mustang GT3, and the ProTech 92 GT3, all based on real-world cars. We'll talk about the real-world variants when they hit the track, but lots and lots of cars for the drivers to take a pick from. 9 in total, some of which you will have seen before, some you may have not. But yes, 2 Porsches, 2 Audis, a McLaren, a Ferrari, a Ford Mustang, a Mercedes AMG, and of course the big BMW. Yeah, it's going to be fun. So Tutu the dog will wind everybody down, get them to breathe in, and we will switch the cars over to the GT3 class, and they are going to do 10 minutes of qualifying. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to our evening of Norisring weekend racing in Live for Speed. It's time to hit the track again for the GT3 qualifying. The drivers are out on their outlap. Arox is about to cross over the start-finish line to begin. And what we have left, 9 minutes of qualifying remaining in this session. We'll have 4 races after this. We'll have 8 laps, 12 laps, 15 laps. The final 2 races will be with that all-important, all-interesting rolling start. Let's take a look at the cars as they head out onto their first flying laps of the session and get this show on the road. Arox here, driving in the McLaren, heads down to the hairpin, followed by who is that? He's being followed by. That is Ivan R, driving one of the Porsche machines, and Arox sets the early pace with a 49-second .89. Very, very fast. Definitely the fastest machinery we've had around here today. As a flurry of cars start to post lap times, 15 times on the board so far. This is a pretty short qualifying session, so the drivers don't have long to find space, to find a lap time. We do have still a very healthy number of drivers on the server, but a reminder to everybody that this is an open lobby. You're welcome to join in at any time. Just fire up Live for Speed and click on that join button next to the Norisring weekend racing event that you'll see in the sidebar, and you'll be in with us. And it doesn't matter if you don't post a qualifying time, just join at the back of the grid for the next race. As we continue to watch Arox, no improvement on that lap, probably just doing some installation laps as Ivan has some traffic leaving in front of him, which compromises his line through. As I welcome back Kieran to the commentary box. Welcome back, Kieran.
Thank you, Pete. Just stuffing my face full of food there in between rounds as best I can. Yep, thank you very much. I'm not just stocking up on Easter eggs, I'm trying my best to get my protein in as well. As we have Ivan on screen there setting competitive laps, as he has been all evening in the Porsche. Had a bit of luck not run his way. Amazing livery. One of my favourite callbacks here. Sorry, can I just say DTM season here. The Alpha Tauri livery on the Ferrari here. One of my favourite in-person liveries. Couldn't believe this was a real thing. Again, this was the infamous season in which Liam Lawson and Alex Albon competed in the DTM Championship, where, in my opinion, the uncrowned DTM champion of that year, Liam Lawson, was missiled off not once but twice at this very track, driving that car.
Well, hopefully Nando is not going to experience any of that lot. Currently finds himself in P4 with half the time yet remaining in this session, and it's going to get a nice bit of a tow off the back of the fellow Ferrari just up ahead of it, being driven by one of the Team America drivers. I will tell you who that is. If I can find out.
That will probably be Desnesh. That will probably be Desnesh if we're running off what he's been using for the latter rounds as well in the Team America livery there as well. But whoever that was, they have now exited the screen as we ride on board here with Nando currently sitting in P4 in this Alpha Tauri inspired livery here as well in this Ferrari. Very quick car. Again, to finish the point from before, again, very controversial finish for that particular season. And you know it's bad when your head of the series, the head organizer, has to issue out a statement about how bad it was and how it was not reflective of the championship values that you guys were racing with. So again, never good. But Speaking of good, Adam running a last-minute Sim Broadcast TV livery again, taking up the screen on his Audi R8 here as well. Very nicely done, Adam. 2 wins to his name. Round races 3 and 5 went his way. Can he pick up a third hat-trick of victories this evening? Obviously, the man in form is Nana Luca, who I believe has exited. He's certainly not set a time as far as I can see.
Not yet. Whether he's actually in the server or not, give me a second. No, I think he's taken his leave. We still have almost 40 people in the server, so it's not like we've not got anybody. It's still absolutely rammed out there. But yeah, it's a long evening. Drivers taking their pick with the classes that they want to drive in. But the GT3 class in Need for Speed remains ever popular. Lots and lots of people here do enjoy doing laps in these cars. And yeah, you were right. It was the Snash that was driving before out there in the Team America livery. We've also got Tutu here, who is currently P7 on the timing tower, finding out what it's like to drive in on the Norisring with all these people.
Well, if Nana Luca has indeed left, thank you so much for the entertainment, Nana Luca. It was great to see you again. I love it. Arrives at the Norisring this evening, wins 3 races on the bounce, leaves, refuses to elaborate. There is Nana Luca there as well. So a hat-trick of victories for him. Let's wait and see if someone else can pick up there. Sodlia here comes to cross the line here and see if he can elevate himself up the timing tower. No, P9, he stays for the moment in the McLaren. Noob here in P18. In the grey McLaren as well. Slightly more monochromatic is the livery here. Running in P17, no gains for him as well.
Jumps up from P19, just flicked into up a couple of places there, in fact. But yep, good little gain. But lots and lots of more drivers yet to cross the start-finish. Here is Onifus coming across the line, driving in that Ferrari.
Yep, P12 for Onifus there, pursued closely by Dasnesh, but that was very awkward. Oh, and big contact there at the end of Grundekern. The Porsche, the innocent victim in that, unfortunately. Onifus pushing for all he could in the 488 GT3 car that you see on screen there as well. Slightly clumsy for that moment, but again, this is the drawback of the Norisring. We have a lot of cars packed onto not a very big grid, Pete, and we do have cars tripping over each other as they have been all night.
Yeah, indeed. Not ideal. But yeah, it's what happens when you pack so many cars onto a track that is lesser known. And to boot, you decide to launch a broadcast unannounced, which boosts the popularity of the event. So we'll take some of the blame for that, I think. But yeah, nonetheless, good evening, good fun, and drivers get to learn a little bit more about the Norisring.
Yeah, we've been going for about 3 hours now here with this evening's Norisring event. Again, we did decide to throw this together a little bit last minute. It was a cold DM. Are you free? Do you want to come and commentate? Absolutely. We love the Norisring. We love the work that's got into this mod, and we love the racing that it produces. And again, finishing off this evening with GT3 cars on your screen right now. Always very well attended. Again, replicating the DTM rounds here at the Norisring. We are this evening on Sim Broadcast. Again, a plethora of cars, Porsches, Mercedes, Ferraris, as you can see on screen here as well. Take what you want on screen right now there. That's my favorite of the GT3 cars. I'm a big Mercedes fan, I have to admit, one of the most aggressive looking cars, but you can just see in the background there, the Mustang is the newest entry into the GT3 cars, and that car has been putting in some fantastic performances as well, and we are looking forward to seeing that car continue to impress as it is continually developed as well.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, 9 different GT3 cars to choose from for this race, or these races rather, so plenty of time for drivers to decide that they don't want to drive around in certain cars, as we've got a little bit of a race forming at the front of the field. We've got Adam and Arox, and also, who's that driving in the grey McLaren? We've got a bit of a pile-up into turn 1. Let's see if the incident has cleared itself. There you go. Not really.
Yep, no, the incident was clear, and then another one was immediately created right on cue. But here we have Mark on screen now. Timing tower hits 0. We are out of time for qualifying, so these laps need to count for the drivers crossing the start-finish straight. It is Ivan on pole, who has been the danger man all evening. He has not been able to convert it to a win as of yet, but watch this space. He is a quick operator with nearly 2/10 his advantage over Arox, and over such a short lap, that is a deceptively big margin for Ivan. It is indeed. Hachiroku is in P3, slightly off the pace of our two leaders, but again, Hachiroku could be a dark horse should incidents fall their way. Su4 in P4 with 2 wins to their name. Can they make it 3 at some point this evening as well? Adam looking for the same as well in P5. Nando P6. Our time in P7. Tutu P8. Sodlia in P9. And Houseman rounding out the top 10. We have drivers crossing the line. Vibe Station not able to elevate himself up. P23 for Vibe Station. He stays as we look on the screen. I don't think anyone is moving for the moment. Ivan is again exploring the track limits of the Norisring and what can be provided. He's been doing that all evening. Let's see here. We have Arox sitting in the draft. Is he able to elevate himself up? Let's wait and see. Will Arox be able to climb to the top of the tower? He has the toe down the start finish straight. And let's wait and see. No, unfortunately not. Arox stays P2. And with all the laps coming to an end now, we take a breath and we wait a moment to see what happens and where everyone will be gridding up. It's a very, very fast front grid with the two leaders, Ivan and Arox, separating themselves from the rest of the chasing pack. Mod creator Tutu in a top 10 start as well. He'll be chuffed to bits with that as well. So let's see what happens with Tutu in this race as well, and if he is able to steal a really, really good result. Everyone getting in some last minute practice, practicing their dive months into Deutz curve there. Was Onifus, I believe. So again, plenty of overtaking opportunities available to those that want them. Plenty of action will be coming as we head through Grundikern, S-Curve and Deutzenteich over the next few rounds. We wait and take a moment and a pause as we wait for the start of the first of 4 rounds of GT3 racing here at the Norisring.
That's all for qualifying then, and let's take a look at the full and final results of that session before we get going for the start of our race. Yeah, in fact, I think we're going to get going straight away. We might have been a bit late on that one, but yeah, there is the grid. It's Ivanar on the pole next to Arox, Hachiroku, and Su4, Adam, and our time. And well, actually, it looks like the grid is sort of jumping and changing, but yeah, Ivan should be on pole. Take it away, Kieran.
Yeah, we have Ivan on pole in the Porsche, Arox P2 in the McLaren, Hachiroku P3 in the Ferrari, and away it's green and go here.
Who's that?
Race number 9. Everyone just about swerving to avoid him. Light contact with the Mustang at the rear of the field. Everyone getting away reasonably cleanly. That is very clumsy into number 1, and Ivan has been the huge victim of that. He's lost not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 places now as he tries to climb back up, and it's completely gridlock at the back of the pack. They will need to clear that up before we can go away. Right now, up and over in the S-curve. We have a car sliding on its side off the exit there. That's Vina. Vina is upside down in the S-curve, and it's Skittles there in the middle of the exit of the S-curve. That's a real shame there on the exit. Their car's being caught up in an instant. They weren't expecting a car on its side in the middle of the S-curve. You never like to see it. But at the front, Sufor leads the way in his blue Ferrari 488, crosses the line to set the fastest lap of the race as is expected. Ivan down 1 position in the Porsche, looking to get back on fighting terms with Sufor. Let's wait and see what happens. Arox in P3, under siege from Hachiroku, who throws a move up the inside, and IR time running wide on the exit. A little bit of lag there for our time, but just about gathering it back up. Sufor and Ivan are separating themselves from the chasing pack, but Hachiroku and Ivan and Arox continue to scrap here on the exit of S-curve. They were side by side through there. Don't quite know how they got through there, but they did. Sufor heads now into Deutzenteich curve, just keeping it nice and controlled. Light squeak of the brakes there on the power on the exit, but Ivan is threatening, Pete.
He is indeed, and close behind we've got Arox under threat from the Ferrari again of Hachiroku, side by side, and potentially at the front as well, as Sufor and Ivan go over start finish side by side. It's side by side P1, 2 and side by side 3 and 4 as well, as into turn 1 we are still side by side, but it looks like Ivan has taken the opportunity to sit behind. Is he going to find a good exit here again? Well, you're not going to find a good exit being completely nose to tail with your competitor, are you? But looks like Arox is having similar problems behind.
Yep, it's only 1 line through S-curve, but Ivan has the pace. He's been on the outside looking in at every single overtaking opportunity. He's trying to hang it around the outside as much as he can. Can't quite make it stick, but he does have the overlap. But again, this will put him on the outside line for turn number 1 at Grundekern. He will need the side draft to try and take the lead into the braking zone, which he has been able to do. Ivan takes the lead to start lap number 4, but throwing it up the inside.
No.
Goes Sufor, but he goes sailing on down, misses it, straight into downtown Nuremberg goes Sufor, and Ivan gets the cutback and switches through and takes the lead away from Sufor. Ivan has the fastest lap and he leads this race, but there's contact there with Irox and Hachiroku into the start of the S-curve, and there's going to be more contact on the exit as they lean on each other, yes, but they just about make it through.
Sufor weaving around, at the front. Sorry, Ivan weaving around at the front of this race, getting confused with my cars yet again. And Sufor tries to find a way back up to the slipstream. Not really sure what Ivan was doing there. Arox in the similar position behind with Hachiroku, but side by side go our race leaders.
Side by side into Grundekern. Let's see what happens. And again, Sufor sends it up the inside, but this time not sailing quite as deep as the last lap and able to protect that first position. It's an almighty scrap at the front. 2 titans of the Norisring, Ivan versus Sufor. They've been scrapping away all evening. Ivan has been yet to convert his potential into a win. Can this be the first round that he needs? Let's wait and see. Ivan versus Sufor. He's in the draft in that Braun-inspired helmet. Cuts to the inside for the right-hand kink into the heavy braking zone. Left-hand turn. They go through 2 abreast. It's not going to work. Just about getting it through, and the back marker doing a great job of staying out the way. Over the start finish straight they go. It's another drag race between Sufor versus Ivan. We've said that before this evening, but here they go. It's amazing cut from the right to the left hand side goes Sufor, but he sails through again. What an aggressive move that was from Sufor. Absolute send from downtown Nuremberg. Absolutely loved it, but again wasn't able to make the move stick, but he has the overlap into the start of the S-curve. They will go through 2 by 2. This is not going to sort itself out here. All it's going to do is compromise them on the exit and allow Arox an opportunity to come knocking on that door. Sufor, again, it's sitting in the draft, will have the overspeed into this turn, throws another shape up the inside line, parks it on the apex, and again sails on, Pete, as you said.
Yeah, but Arox is right there now as well, and yeah, Sufor can't afford any more of that stuff going on as Ivan completely avoids that. What on earth happened there? As we cross over start finish with, honestly, I thought we had another couple of laps to go. I completely lost track. Well, there we go. Ivan wins from Su4 from Arox.
Thank goodness that happened where it did. I thought we were heading on to another lap. I didn't even clock the fact that we just finished. My word, Ivan takes the victory from Su4. It's chaos over the start-finish straight, and Arox picks up P3, some silverware for his troubles in the Renesis McLaren there as well, I believe. So again, really nice work from Arox, but Ivan is your winner with a best lap of 49.4 seconds. He was leagues ahead of anyone else, but there Ivan takes the victory in his Porsche. He'll be chuffed to bits with that to finally convert the potential he had to a win.
Well, I think we all got so, well, me and you, we got so engrossed in the action, we forgot to pay attention to the number of laps. Coming off of such a long race into such a short race, I think we expected more. However, we won't be disappointed for long because we do have more races coming up. We have 3, in fact. We've got an 8-lapper coming up next before we have those 2 rolling start races, the 12 and 15 lapper to finish off the evening. We didn't really know how much of this we were going to cover, Kieran, but we're into it now, and well, we're coming into the closing stages, but we're having a blast.
Yep, we're here for the long haul. Again, it was only going to be a couple of hours, but we're here breaking into hour number 3 now. Again, we have broke the back of this, so let's see what we can do. 3 more races to go, including 2 rolling starts, so let's see what happens.
Yes, as we pay attention to the qualifying results, the 49-second pole position time for Arox, of course, he converted it into a win, 5 minutes and 3 seconds to complete his race, 8 laps on the clock. With Su4, Arox, Hachiroku, Andre, Disnash, R-Time, Onifus, Nando, and Miko, the top 10. Vina, G29, Noob, Red, Mark 40, Driv, Hussem, Gomez, João Paulo, Gutholz, and Montbrot, your top 20. And on the second page, we've got 5 Station 5, Born to Race Storm, Last Lap Motorsports Pinto, Pedrin N, Yuko, Tutu the Dog himself, Sodlier, winners Petronas, TC Racing's Adam, Nov9, and Nala Luca, unfortunately not finishing this 6-lapper. So 8 laps is the next race, and well, let's see how that goes.
Yep, this will be the last of our standing starts for the evening. The next 2 races will be rolling starts, and I can see Roni in the chat there commenting about the idea and the prospect of that. I promise you it did work last time. It did work the last time, Pete. We were skeptical. We were very skeptical, but it did work. We were proved right. Whether that will happen again, we'll wait and see. This is the control test to repeat the result. Let's see what happens, but I'm sure everyone will be very sensible heading into turn number 1 with the rolling start.
Have you watched the last 8 races that we've had, when drivers haven't been going twice as fast into anyway, we'll see how it goes, but you have far more confidence than I, but yeah, who knows. I'm happy to be proved wrong, but this is the start order for the next 8-lap race, which is going to just be a normal standing start. It will be Ivan and Su4 leading the pack down into turn 1 at a relatively sensible speed compared to what we're going to see for the final 2 races tonight, which could be anything but.
Yeah, it's going to be action aplenty in whatever format we take to the start of this grid. But we are gridding up here. I'm ready to go for the second of our 4 races here with the GT3 cars around the Norisring. Let's see what happens. Ivan on pole from Su4, from Arox, as we wait for the lights to go out. Revs are starting to rise now. Everyone getting themselves loaded in and in position. We wait here. It's red, amber. Revs hit the floor. And it is a long hold and green. And go here for race number 10 of the Norisring. Everyone gets away, well, I was going to say cleanly, but it's absolute chaos at the back. Unfortunately, we've got cars scattering left and right. But at the front, everyone dives in 5-6 wide into the turn. Dasnesh getting into the back of a couple of cars there. It's huge, clumsy contact in the mid-pack there. Dasnesh in the Team American Motorsports car. It's easy to spot him there. He's got away cleanly, running in P5, navigating all of the chaos. And cars are being fired off in the exit of the S-curve. I think it was Mark there, 40 was in the middle of that, and we've got a Mercedes in the wall and the exit of the S-curve, P getting collected there. Chaos.
Yeah, standard stuff for the start of a Norisring race, but fortunately we have 4 cars that have managed to break away at the very front, and it's familiar faces. It's Ivan from Su4, from Arox, from Hachiroku. As we head on to lap 2, we must remember to pay attention to the lap counter this time, Kieran, and not get carried away. It's very easy to, though.
Yeah, you just get wrapped on it. The laps come at you thick and fast. Sub 50 seconds. They have the potential in these GT3 cars.
Smash.
Big contact in the pinch point there of Grundig between Arox and Sufor. And Sufor, unfortunately, now falling behind Arox, who takes over second position in that Renesys Sim broadcast McLaren. Great livery on that car there. One for the evening. That is ran, I believe, in our LFS Endurance Series Championship as well. The driver's name escapes me, but I know he's been an absolute demon in the GT3 category. Yes, I believe it is potentially, but yes.
Alex Loudons.
Yes, Loudons, that's the one. Yes, Alex Loudons is normally the pilot of that particular vehicle combination. But again, we have Arox doing the best that he can with this one as well. As we head onto lap number 3 into Grundikern. Now it's Ivan from Arox, from Sufor, from Hachiroku, but you can throw a blanket over them because blink and it'll be another one that takes the lead. As we have action fighting through here. Just having a quick look at the comments here as well. Here, I've got someone here asking, is this a track mod or a car mod? We have talked about it a couple of times in the chat, but it is indeed an object modification. 3 of them to be exact, stacked one on top of the other to create a fantastic recreation of the Norisring, all done by the legend that is Tutu, the dog, who's currently running in P19 in his Porsche. Again, great work, lots of commitment from him. But yes, if you can believe it, 3 objects mods stacked one on top of the other to produce a fantastic recreation of the Norisring. As we have a battle at the front, it's Ivan versus Arox here into Grundikern, but Ivan just about hangs on, and we already on lap number 4 have back markers, Pete. Here they come through the S-curve.
I wasn't expecting them so soon, but alas, we have them. And we've got well, Ivan and Arox both going sideways, as we've got a green Porsche having a fun time of it. Side by side, we go into the hairpin. We lose Mikko there from P8, I think. But yeah, so far so good for Arox, who takes his McLaren back into the lead.
Yep, that Renesys McLaren takes the lead for the first time, but Ivan is immediately on the counter-attack here with the slipstream and the overspeed, again then taking over the advantage, but in the braking zone. Will the McLaren elect to throw it up the inside? No. Ivan goes defensive, cuts across the front nose of the McLaren and solidifies P1 for the Porsche. It is Ivan leading the way from Arox, who currently has the fastest lap, but do not discount Sufor in P3 in that blue Ferrari there as well. He's come back on fighting terms now that he's separated himself from 4th place man Hachiroku.
Yeah, absolute brilliant stuff here. Welcome along if you're just joining us at the end of our marathon broadcast that was not planned for a Sunday, but very, very happy to have stuck with it and brought this to the GT3 category now, which was what most of us were waiting for. But here we go, over start finish to start lap number 7, 2 to go. It's Ivan still taking his Porsche to the front, leading the way, with the chasing pack slowly drifting backwards. Our top 4 still pretty much within shot, but yeah, Sufor and Hachiroku sort of in their own battle while Arox tries to close in on Ivan, but he's lost a bit of time there, Kieran.
He's falling away ever so slightly is Sufor, the pace of the 2 at the front. They are really separating themselves from the chasing pack. It is very much all about those 2, as Dasnesh has fallen to P6, looking to try and get himself ahead of Andre in P5 in the Audi R8.
Yeah, similarly, we've got battle behind between Onifus and Nana Luca, 2 protagonists in LFS at the moment, as they come together at the hairpin. In fact, it looks like the Team America car and Andre for Good Drivers have also come together. But we do just seem to have pairs, just pairings sticking together this whole race. But yeah, let's keep an eye on Onifus and Nana Luca then as they go over start-finish. They're going to catch up to the back of this Team America car very quickly into the braking zone. It's going to get in between them.
Not the opportunity for the classic Zon to overtake, unfortunately, with either car going side by side. But, and up and over, that's huge. Onifus. Big contact. Onifus is facing backwards, and Nana Luca has got bags of damage.
Strips.
Yeah, that was very awkward. Oof. We've got a lot of lag going on in the background, unfortunately. Cars scattering everywhere. Unsure if that's an isolated incident or if that's something more terminal. Yeah, I think it was just isolated for the moment, so thank goodness for that. But again, very clumsy in the latter half of the top 10 position. positions, but Dasnesh is elevated up to P5. What has happened to Sufor? He's plummeted down the order as well. He was running in P3. He's now down to P10.
Yeah, I think that was lag related as well. I'm not sure what happened there, but Sufor has that was he just dropped down. Not sure why. So we've got our time going side by side with Nando here in that livery that you love so much, with Nanaluka trying to get through as well, and that is our time pulling up in his Porsche. Having some issues.
Yeah, we're having a few issues here. Unsure what's going on here. But yeah, Sufor now back in P8. He's bouncing all over the timing tower, unfortunately, but he's not trending the right way, unfortunately. Really tricky to see what's going on. But at the front, Arox has lost a little bit of ground to Ivan as we head over the start-finish straight. To win goes Ivan. He has finally been able to capitalize on the potential that he has shown. Again, no victories until we got to the GT3 cars. 2 victories now for Ivan as he goes off like a missile over Nuremberg, going to explore the lovely parts that this finds himself in. He has done that before. Yes, it's again just trying to get all corners of this map mod is Ivan wanting to really test the boundaries of what is going on again there. But great work from Ivan to take a second victory of the evening, second victory of the bounce, and the second victory in the GT3 machinery. Great work, Ivan, and kept him honest. Did Arox on screen in the Renesis McLaren, finishing up P2. Again, a very quick operator all evening.
Yeah, another race of attrition, but fun nonetheless, as Arox completes another lap to bring home everybody. That is all she wrote for that race. Let's get a look at the results before we head into the next of our races this evening. 3 to go. In fact, 2 to go. We've got the rolling start races coming up next. So another win for Ivan. Slightly longer this time, obviously, with the 2 additional laps. Arox and Hachiroku share the podium, with Andre Dasnash, Nando, Nanaluka, Pinto, Yuko, and Montbrot, with R-Time, Nov9, Vina, Pedrin N, João Paulo, Storm, Gutholtz, Mark 40, Sufor, and Onifus. DNFs for Sufor and Onifus in the end there. You saw what happened down at the exit of the first hairpin. They just crossed over each other, and that was that. 2-2. DNF Red, Petronas, Miko, 7-3, Adam, Lucas, Sodlier, Drive, and G29 Noob, all DNFs. Hussam, Vibestorm, and Gomez also DNF from this race. So, yeah, a huge race of attrition, that one. And, well, 2 to go with the rolling starts. So, all bets are off how these are going to go.
Yeah, we are expecting 1 or 2 shenanigans with the rolling start, but again, does create a really nice option here in the evening for the GT3 cars. Let's see what they do as they head into Grundekern. It's going to take a minute or 2 for us to organise this with Tutu the dog, just to ensure that we have everyone in the right order holding station. We did stream this about 6 months ago on its debut here on the Sim Broadcast channel, and it worked, touch wood, pretty well, and we hope for very much the same this evening, although that could be very much famous last words from me. I've been known to throw a commentator's curse or 2 before, so let's see what happens. But the rolling start will definitely add a different complexion to the start of these races, Pete.
Yeah, the drivers are currently being told how to deal with this rolling start. I imagine if it goes wrong, Tutu may decide to abort the start and try again. We'll see. We're just here for fun. We're just watching. This wasn't planned or anything. We just decided to turn up and broadcast this. So whatever happens, happens, folks. This is unscripted, unchoreographed stuff. So Tutu's just having the time of his life. At his own track mod with a whole bunch of people from the LFS community. Still more than 30 drivers connected to the server, so wonderful to see that many people enjoying their Easter Sunday along with us. So let's give everyone a few minutes, and we'll return to the action when we're ready to try the rolling start. Kieran.
Yep, sounds like a plan to us. Let's take a moment and a bit of a breather while we wait for the cars to get themselves all organised, and we'll be back with you as soon as we can.
Welcome back to 13 laps, which is actually going to be 12 laps of racing. A rolling start, Kieran. Yeah, so nobody is to move when the lights go green. Nobody is to move when the lights go green, because we're going to have are we going to have a safety car? Or are they just going to lead each other out? I don't know what's going to happen, to be fair. All I know is that when these lights go green, nobody is meant to move. And somebody's moved.
There we go.
Yeah,
three cars have moved. There we go. Safety car there at the back. Yep. Put yourself back.
No, he's off. There you go. Safety cars to the front. And
there we go.
Everyone is pulling forward. Good.
Arox isn't moving, unfortunately, at the moment. There we go. Arox has finally got the message. He's got the ball rolling now as well. Everyone will slot themselves into position. It was quite weird there. It was green and anything but go here at the Norisring for race number 11 this evening. We have a couple of cars finally on the move that will try their best to grid up in their respective order. It's Foch here, who is the safety car in question. Nice to see him there. Got cars warming their tyres. Arox almost going for a little bit of a spill, but just about gathering it up. Don't think he was quite expecting that. Again, we will go 2 by 2, Noah's Ark style. Again, this is not your first running lap. We've not got it in slow motion, we promise you. Just a rolling start for our grid. They will need to take the moment to gather themselves up, and let's see what our leaders can do.
Yeah, so I guess we'll call this a formation lap. A bit of a shambles, but let's see how it goes down into turn one. I do love it when this sort of thing is tried out. It's normally NDR, but seeing someone else try it out is always entertaining. Let's see how it goes for the drivers down into turn one. A bit of a bending of the 2 by 2 going on, but hopefully the drivers can get themselves in shape as we round the final corner with 25 of them all ready to go. It is Ivan and Arox leading the way. Foch there will peel into the pit lane, and Ivan will be able to control the pace up until the start-finish line. But no overtaking before then, as our safety car peels off, not into the pit lane, but onto the far side. The red lights are on. Are we going to get a change of the lights as we head down? Let's see what happens. Yep, the lights are out and we are racing, and it's a good start from Ivan, but yeah, Arox has been completely swallowed up there, Kieran.
Yep, Arox has found himself falling way back into the pack. Unfortunately, swallowed up by the grid was he, but Ivan just about making it through cleanly. We had a complete separation of our pack. 2 different grids were forming up there. Unfortunately, a few drivers obviously not quite getting the memo of how this works. We've got chaos in the background, cars scattering
not
off
really,
there.
Though.
At the back in Grundy-Kern. At the front, it looks pretty good. I think we had a few bit of chaos at the rear there, but at the front, Ivan leads from Hachiroku, the big gainer, Su4 P3. Arox has fallen all the way back to P4, unfortunately, with Nanaluka taking up P5 as well. But at the front, Ivan is taking a great move, and up the inside, big shape thrown by Nanaluka.
Yeah, he absolutely wanted that place. We've got a car spun there at the hairpin, but I will swallow my words. That was the cleanest start we've had all evening.
All things sort of went as well as they could have done. As well as they could, I think, as we could have seen. There again, we did have 2 slight split grids, but again, nice to see for the most part everyone was okay. But Nanaluka goes barreling in, and Su4 is up and over, but luckily lands on his wheels, so Su4 will get up and going, unfortunately. But what damage has been done to the side of that 488? We'll have to wait and get a report for you on that. That car will not be all that healthy. Su4 will be seething with that. Nanaluka straight off the Christmas card list this year.
That was unbelievable. It was straight over, just too late on the brakes, turned in, went over the curb and sent Su4's car into a barrel roll, fortunately landing. Looks a little bit like a crisp packet now, but it still looks like it can drive in a straight line, so he should be all right to finish the race, as Ivan has a little bit of a gap now over Hachiroku, and it's 2 Ferraris following Ivan around, with Arox trying to consolidate something from 4th. That was a terrible start from him. He just didn't see the lights, I think.
Yeah, I think Nanaluka there embracing his inner Van der Linde there into the braking zone, deciding to missile him off the same way he did Liam Lawson that year as well. So again, unfortunate there for Nanaluka. He is falling back now as Arox elevates himself ahead of Nanaluka. Up to P3 goes Arox in the Renesis McLaren. P4 Nanaluka, Andrea P5, but Su4 is now pointing in the right direction, but running in P8, unfortunately, with a rather sorry looking 488 Ferrari Ferrari as he runs in deep and wide, and off he goes. And that looks like a bit of a retirement for me for Sufor.
So.
Again, potentially carrying damage. What a shame for Sufor. Previous winner, double winner this evening in races 2 and 4, but it has come all unstuck in these last few races.
Yep, so we're on lap 4 technically of our 12-lap race, even though our timer says 5 from 13. That's because of the formation lap, but I suppose it's a 13-lap race, isn't it? Who cares? As we head out onto the back straight, Ivan throwing a defensive shape to try and keep Hachiroku behind, but is it in vain? Looks like it. Hachiroku with the overspeed. We've got the inside.
As I say, we've got cheers for Hachiroku in the chat on YouTube right now. Go, go, Hachiroku is the comment, and through goes Hachiroku to challenge for the lead. Up the inside he goes across the start, finish straight to start lap number 6, officially lap number 5. A go, but Hachiroku doesn't quite have the top end of the Porsche, but if he can hold station and throw the nose up the inside, which is exactly what he's doing, takes the apex nicely, runs it as wide as he can, squeezes Ivan
brilliant
on the exit. Great work there, but Ivan keeps his foot in and has the overlap, and into S-curve they will have to go in 2 by 2, which means Hachiroku will have to yield. No, says Hachiroku, I will not yield, and continues to hold position, and great work, really respectful. But here comes Arox in the Renesis McLaren, here with the overspeed. 3 speeds only go down into the right hand kink, through up the inside they goes. Renesis looking for the middle ground, no, not able to do so, but he has the cutback. 3 wide, challenge goes for the victory. No, nothing doing there. Ivan somehow, some way, has managed to navigate himself back to the lead of this Pete.
This is such a unique view of the track, watching on board as Arox is going to slice through the middle, 3 wide into the braking zone. Arox has gone deep, Hachiroku deep, and Ivan's going to cut back to the lead. What a treat in the penultimate race we've got tonight. 3 cars going absolutely at it, 3 completely different machines as well in the GT3 category in for speed, and I just loved the onboard shot with the scenery flying by and the cars wheel to wheel. Absolutely insane.
All 3 of them just going, I will brake later than you. No, well, I will brake later than you. No, I will do it. And all 3 of them sailed into the braking zone, but all of them getting a cutback respectively on each other. Brilliant stuff, pushing for everything that they can. Ivan leads the way in the Porsche from Hachiroku's Ferrari, from Arox's McLaren. 3 very quick operators, and quite some distance back is Nanaluka, who is in a scrap with Dasnesh and Andrea for P4 as in the braking zone they go.
Oh, tyres everywhere. That's one of the Mercedes, or is that an Audi?
Yes, it's an Audi. A very disgruntled Audi.
Sound like a Mercedes. Yeah, the Mercedes and Audi sounding quite similar. As more tyres are left thrown in the air, so that Audi is having a very, very bad time. But our 3 race leaders are left to do what they do best, and that is scrap it out. But it is Hachiroku in the lead, still from Ivan and Arox.
It is a triple threat heavyweight fight for the ages, and this is the Norisring World Championship finale. Here, Hachiroku versus Ivan versus Arox. 3 different manufacturers, 3 different drivers, and only 1 winner from the 3. Hachiroku yet to win this evening. Same with Arox, always there threatening Ivan, the only double winner so far in the GT3 category. Can he make it 3 from 3? Let's wait and see. Hachiroku starting to pull away now in the 488 Ferrari. They're in the braking zone, into the S-curve. All 3 of them diving in on the nose, and through they go. 1, 2, 3, they go like bullets from a gun on the exit of S-curve. And now Hachiroku leading the way, but in the draft is Ivan. In the draft is Arox, and will they get the overspeed on exit? We had a car going up and over. I think there was Andrea in the background, but throwing the nose up the inside is Ivan. Hachiroku buries his foot to the floor, getting as much as he can there. Now it's a drag race over the start finish straight. Arox is just sitting, watching brief here, waiting to capitalize on anything as we head towards Grundekern for the 10th time of asking. 3 laps to go into the braking zone. Arox braking as late as he dares to get back on fighting terms, gets the cutback. He's right back with them again. These 3 are scrapping away, Pete, and you can't choose any of them.
This is fantastic. I mean, it's only taken them 10 races to get used to driving within centimeters of each other. A little bit of a jink of the wall again from Arox, but he has got the slipstream again on Hachiroku. Hachiroku goes defensive. That's going to give the inside to Arox. He's leaving plenty of space. This is clean racing between the drivers. And again, down to the apex goes Arox, leaving just enough room for Hachiroku to exist on his inside. But Arox is back into P2, but there's a big gap now between him and Ivan. Oh no!
I was about to say it's firm but fair, but that is a huge moment for Hachiroku and Arox. What a shame for both of them. And this elevates Desnesh up to P2. Goes the Team American Racing driver. He was making a joke in the chat that he is the P5 man because he keeps finishing there, but no, if things continue to fall his way, he's going to pick himself up some silverware, Pete. But controversy on the start of lap number 13 between two.
Yeah. Hachiroku just in disbelief in the chat that he's let that happen. He's so apologetic to Arox. That was fantastic racing, and he's just completely misjudged how much room there was next to him as they went on to the start finish. But my goodness, what a race. Ivan there crossing start finish to start the penultimate lap, 12 of 13. And he's got no competition from behind now except himself as he outbrakes himself into the first corner.
I can't help but feel we've been slightly robbed of what could have been a fantastic fight between those three phenomenal drivers. Ivan cruising towards another victory here to make it 3 on the bounce, barring any shenanigans in the latter half of the race. He is the fastest man on track, currently running in P1, 7.5 seconds his advantage over second place man Desnesh, who has been able to capitalize massively on an opportunity with two of our leaders clashing together on lap number 10. But Ivan comes over to start his final lap. We ride on board with him now. Ivan into the braking zone of Grundekern for the final time of asking. Power down on the exit he goes, not under threat in any way. 8.3 seconds his advantage. There is a scrap going on for P3 as it sits right now between Nando and Monbrot to see who will take the final place on the podium roster on the 11th race of the evening. But Ivan here has been absolutely imperious, but he's had to work for this one this evening, Pete. Race number 3 of the GT3 cars has not come easy to him. He was massively under threat, but unfortunately, or fortunately for him, the racing gods have given on this day, and he is going to pick up a hat-trick of victories from the GT3 machines as Ivan comes across to take his 3rd win of the evening, his 3rd win on the bounce, and his 3rd win in the GT3 cars. Ivan and Porsche is a match made in heaven. Great work.
Great stuff from Ivan. Desnesh won't have expected to finish P2 in this one, given how far up the road the others were, but he'll take it. P5 to P2 for him, with Nando bringing your AlphaTauri across the line in P3. Oh, who was that? Was that Montbrot? Yeah, going in for a kill there.
Yeah, thank God the ambulance is right next to me. We might need it after that. There's a big lunge there from Monbrot, but we have drivers crossing the line now. Nov finishing in P5, Maciek in P6, Mark P7, Noob P8, Red P9, and Houseman rounding out the top 10. Couple of new names still joining the chat now, which is fantastic to see. So again, we have one more race for you this evening. Yep, the big one. 12, race number 12, the final GT3 race of the evening. There's still time to join if you fancy one more race this evening. Again, 15 laps of the Norisring. Obviously 16 officially, as one will be the formation lap for that famous rolling start, which is becoming awfully trademark of the Norisring weekend.
Yeah, it went pretty well, so fair play to the drivers and for you for suggesting that it could be quite, an okay start. The start was fine. I think most of the drama came later on, so hopefully there's a repeat, especially considering it's the longest race we'll have tonight. 15 laps plus obviously the one rolling start, as you mentioned, which means, folks, that there's still time to join the server. Remember, we are on an open lobby. You can just load up for speed, click on the Norisring Weekend Racing server, click join next to the event, and you'll be in. And you can pick a GT3 car and come racing. There's a few minutes before the start of this one, and yeah, it's the final race of the evening. We didn't expect to make it this far through the calendar, but we've just enjoyed ourselves so much that it was rude, really, to leave early. All right, well, as the helicopter circles behind, let's take one final look then, shall we, before the final sort of event gets underway, at just the sheer beauty of this track. And yeah, with it, the final results of the previous race. It's Ivan R taking his third win in these GT3 category races. The Snash takes a surprise second place, with Nando there being promoted up to P3, with the big incident between Arox and Nalaluka on the penultimate lap of the race. Montbrot in P4, Nov9 Magic joins the track in P6, Mark 40, GT29 Noob, Red and Hussein, your top 10. And the final 6 finishers, Storm, João Paulo, R. Pinto, Driv and Gutholz and 7-3 round out your 16 finishers from that race.
High attrition.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a few non-finishes there, but we have one more race to go here this evening at the Norisring. More practice on your screen for some of the GT3 drivers as we attempt to get them all gridded up for the final time of asking this evening at the Norisring. Coming up on nearly 4 hours on the stream, Pete, and I wouldn't have it any other way. What an evening it's been.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It's always fun to come back here. I think there's definitely conversations going on around when we can bring back the Norisring again, potentially rumours that it might happen before the end of April even. I'd certainly be game for that, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, it's not necessarily trivial to put these broadcasts together, but yeah, we'll see how we do and try and bring some more spectacle back for everyone to enjoy. Yeah, regardless, don't remember that the track is available for everybody. It's on the Norisring Weekend Racing server. You can join it at any time to try it out for yourself. And yeah, what a phenomenal thing that has been created here in LFS by Tutu the dog. Cool. Well, we're getting ready. 16 laps have been added to the board, 15 plus 1 for the rolling start. We've got 22 drivers currently on the track, with a few more ready to get in as well. Yeah, for the final time. Looks like we'll be getting racing in a few seconds, but just time for me to tell you what's coming up on our channel in the next few days. We've got the Zafralis All-Rounder Championship tomorrow. That'll be at Blackwood GP with the FXO. Check out our calendar at simbroadcasts.tv for all the upcoming broadcasts. After tomorrow, we have a week break before RTFR returns to our screens. Then we'll have the LFS France Endurance Series that Kieran mentioned earlier. Round 5 is the 2 hours of Long Beach on Saturday, April 18th. That is going to be a belter. I can't wait for that one.
Yeah, we've got plenty of good racing coming up on Sim Broadcast in the not too distant future as well. And obviously this will be the third time the Norisring has been featured. I wait with bated breath to see what the fourth event will be with the Norisring, because what a venue it is. And again, we've said it multiple times throughout this broadcast, but this is my right moment in time to say again a big thank you and a big congratulations to the creator of what you see on screen, Tutu the dog. What an event he is putting on, and what a venue he has created. Blood, sweat, tears, and many days, not hours, days of work have gone into building
actually.
this.
Yeah, months. In fact, you know, the initial version took him 3 months of pretty much non-stop work, and then the refinements thereafter have been, you know, taking a lot of time too. Yeah, for the final time tonight, it's been a blast, Kieran. Let's do it one more time. Rolling start for race number 12.
So it is going to be green and not go. We will be waiting for the safety car, which you can see right at the back of the pack, to take over the start formation of this pack of GT3 cars. But you can see them all lined up. 25 vehicles on your screen right there, all in pairs. It's green. Everyone hold station this time again as well. So let's see what happens. Our safety car is brought to the front of the grid. Ivan will be following suit behind. And through they go, and they're off and away. They will take the time to warm their tyres up in preparation for the start of this race.
Yeah, absolutely epic stuff from everyone involved, as our Audi safety car with its light bar and flashing lights leads everybody around for one formation lap before we will get the mod itself. The lights on the mod itself will change from red to lights out, and then away we will go. And hopefully, if he's around, I don't think Arox is particularly happy with his P21 start here. He will be ready this time to make a go at it at the lights. But it is Snash next to Ivan. Ivan, technically our pole man, although our timing tower not currently reflecting that, because I think Snash was ahead of him into the first sector.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We've seen some rocket ship starts from Ivan, elevating himself up 18 positions in a lap and a half. So let's see what Arox can do from P21. That's not where you would see a driver of his caliber.
Look at
Again,
that.
We've got a complete scattering of cars. Everyone needs to sort of organise themselves quick, sharpish, as we only have one more turn to go. But a lot more cars present on this rolling start than the previous one as well. Less gaps here. So let's see what happens as the safety car, driven by Foch, leads them around Deutzenteich curve for the first time of asking. He will peel over to the right-hand side. Everyone will bunch and form up as best they can. There's a bit of a gap from the third row of the grid to the rest of them. They will need to get back up and quickly as possible. And here they slow the pace down, does Desnesh and Ivan. And we're going to wait for everyone to declare green and go. That Audi is pulling over.
Go.
Into the middle. It's green and go. Monbrot slightly out of position at the moment. And that's compromised his start, unfortunately. We are off and away. Nov9 has gone to the inside line. He might have a chance of leading into turn number one. No. Deep goes Dasnesh into the lead of this race. Dasnesh takes the lead, and up and over goes Monbrot into the wall, unfortunately. And we have cars scattering everywhere. Huge accident there. Monbrot, the big loser in that, unfortunately. But Dasnesh is leading in the Team American Motorsport Ferrari from Ivan, who is putting him under bags of pressure. Dasnesh is going to be getting something of a nosebleed up here, Pete. He's thinking, what on earth is going on? I was P2 by chance, and now I'm leading this race in the braking zone. Ivan nearly making contact. They hit the apex, and they're on the exit, Pete. Here we go.
Brilliant stuff. Dasnash finds himself in the hot seat, now having to defend from Ivan, who has proven his caliber time and time again in this GT3 category. 3 wins from 3, and here he goes. Dasnash defends the inside. Ivan R will be on the outside for the little kick. On the brakes already. Dasnash holding him there. Little bit of contact. Dasnash has not got a good exit, and back through goes Ivan. It was short-lived, but can he get him back?
Arox up 11 positions from P22. He's up to P11, just outside of the top 10. Like a rocket ship, Arox has managed to find some sort of cheat code to get through all of the chaos there unscathed and elevated up several positions. Dasnesh, it was great while it lasted, but not able to hang on to the lead. Such is the pace of Ivan in that Porsche. He leads away out of Deutzenteich curve on to start, finish lap number 3 and start lap number 4, expecting the fastest lap to go his way as Dasnesh tries to get within the toe, but Ivan breaking it, warming his tires up, weaving from right to left, and sets the fastest lap of the race. Into the braking zone goes Ivan now, hits the apex beautifully and powers through on exit there, but Dasnesh is right up his diffuser here. That might have compromised him, all that tire weaving. Dasnesh shows his nose. Does he fancy a dive into S-curver? The gap is left open from Dasnesh, and no, not able to do it, but he's right up the rear bumper of Ivan. No, they hold station, but Dasnesh, if he's a bit braver on the brakes into Deutzenteich, he might be able to make the move. He has the overspeed, throws the car to the inside, stamps on the brakes, Flintstone style, feet through the floor. He does it, but the cutback. Here comes Ivan. Back up the inside line he goes and through into the lead. It's a drag race, Pete, over the start-finish straight.
Yeah, Ivan weaving on the straight on the last lap. He wants a race in this final race. He doesn't want to win it by just driving away. He wants to get Dasnesh back involved, and fair play to him as we head down into the hairpin. We have a battle on between Ivan and Dasnesh once again. Dasnesh now on the unfavourable outside line. Ivan cuts back across, and well, Dasnesh still putting a nose in. It's carbon copy of the lap before.
It's Porsche versus Ferrari, and how many times has that been said in motorsports history? It's Dasnesh versus Ivan. Here, it's the underdog versus the heavyweight champion. 3 wins on the bounce for Ivan, and Dasnesh is hanging on to this as much as he can. And Andrea has a huge contact with Nov9 in the braking zone, which allows Houseman and G29 to enter the battle themselves. A huge scrap for P4, but it again is another drag race over the start-finish straight. We start lap number 6 now. now with Ivan and Desnesh still scrapping away. Ivan locks down P1 into turn number 1 at Grundicare, but he runs it in deep, and Desnesh is able to counter-attack in the Team American Motorsport Ferrari. Orange, blue and white. What a lovely livery, and what a quick operator is Desnesh. He is a dark horse for this victory, Pete, and I can't wait to see it. I'm loving this stuff. 6 of 16. It's brilliant work from Desnesh, but he just misses out there, and Ivan puts pedal to the metal and tries to get a bit of a gap on a very fast-moving Desnesh.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any more weaving around from Ivan. He needs to disappear if he wants to win this race. As Desnesh there, not as good of an exit as Ivan. Ivan's got this all locked up for now as we head down to start lap number 7. Oh, Ivan still is weaving. He really does want to race out of Desnesh. He's playing with his food. He's messing around with him. He's trying to get in his head.
He's inviting a lunge, but we've seen some very aggressive move this evening from Desnesh. So he will, if you invite him, he will receive it in kind. You give him an inch, he will take a mile. Let's see what he can do. Into the braking zone, again shows his nose. Up the inside goes Desnesh, which compromises his exit here at the end of S-Curva. Somehow, somewhere, they're going side by side, but there's contact there. They all get away fairly cleanly for the moment. Again, Ferrari versus Porsche. Through they go into Deutsch curve on the brakes. Will the cutback happen for Desnesh? No, he hangs it round the outside, keeps his foot in as best he can, but there is scraps happening all the way in the back of the pack. Arox up to P5 from P22, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous stuff going on down the grid. All sorts of drama. It's been quite difficult to keep track of all the action that's happened given the nature of this track. But yeah, for now, I'm quite satisfied with the battle that's going on at the front between Desnesh, who retakes the lead over Ivan, who's been sort of trolling him for the last few laps. And at some point, Desnesh is going to get fed up with that and said, well, go on then, let's go for it.
Well, there we go. Desnesh has made his move and takes the lead of this race. Both of them sailing in deep, but Desnesh having the inside line and basically doing a block pass on the exit of Grundikern. So now we have Desnesh leading the way, but Ivan will be sitting in the slipstream. Expect him to get the overspeed and the overlap into turn number 1, Pete.
Yeah, indeed. Here we go. Ivan to the outside. And two beautifully outfitted cars for sure, stealing the limelight in this race. Maybe that's what it's about, getting airtime for these two as they switcheroo again in the first corner. Ivan on the favourable inside line for the chicane, and he's through again, I think.
Yep, Ivan takes the lead again. They're swapping and changing every lap here. As you mentioned there, Ivan potentially playing with his food ever so slightly. But again, if he keeps holding that door ajar, Desnesh is going to kick it down. So let's see what happens here. Again, Ivan weaving on the straight here. Showboating is Ivan. Wanted to make it a quartet of victories here. 4 from 4 would the TAV driver. But the Team American driver of Desnesh will wants to put pay to that and take his first victory of the evening. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, they can't mess around too much because Arox is coming. He's made up a heck of a lot of places. You can just see him in the background there. We've still got 7 laps to go, and one mistake from these two, and Arox will swallow them all up. So, yeah, they can't be too comfortable as they leave turn 1 side by side. Once again, Porsche versus Ferrari. An epic age-old battle, that one.
And the scrap continues to rage here in the virtual world at the Norisring. And it is Ivan currently leading the way from Desnesh. Fastest lap currently goes to Arox, and who can blame him right now? P5 is Arox. He's up 17 positions in 10 laps. What a charge it has been for Arox, finding himself well out of the place that he needed to be. But again, another drag race between Arox and Desnesh over the start-finish straight to start lap number 11. These two are going at it hammer and tongs, and I'm hearing that Desnesh is about to grab the kitchen sink, Pete, because that's what he's going to need to make the overtake as he gets the inside line, stamps on the brakes, Flintstone style. In they go, both driving in super deep, but Desnesh has bullied him all the way out to the outside there. Ivan has been shoved and pushed, and Andrea, who we ride on board with right now, is looking at this going, I don't know if I want to get involved in this, but I do fancy maybe a chance of a win here. Andrea, something of a quiet contender at the back now, but this is a race for the underdogs indeed. Ivan is the heavyweight champ, but he's under siege and under threat from Desnesh and Andrea as we head into Deutsch curve. They head in side by side.
Oh, there you
my
go.
word!
That's all it takes. One mistake and all of the top 6 are now back together again. Ivan's got the lead. Is he going to start doing any weaving around again? If I were him, I'd keep my head down and drive this thing to the finish. Andre is all over the back of the Snash, and it's going to be job done, I think, into the braking zone. Yeah, he's already in a great position. He's gone deep. And through goes the Snash again, and that hands Hussem a little bit of something.
It just looked like the Snash just clipped the curb on the start of Deutzenteich.
There is a curb. It's like a pavement that just finishes there, and you can really easily clip the curb, as all 3 of them hit that apex.
Yeah, they hit the apex quite literally there, smacking the inside Armco barrier there. They've all 3 of them, and this has opened up the gap massively. But here comes Arox and the Renesis McLaren here. Arox welcoming him back to the screen, up 17 positions. He's trying to make it 20 here and has the potential to still wrap this up on the podium. Let's wait and see. Dives to the inside of the Mercedes up ahead of him of
Ivan
Hossam.
has checked out.
He's gone. Ivan's gone. 2.5 seconds, his advantage over Desnesh.
I mean, it was about time, as we've got a Ferrari missile. Oh, that's completely gone wrong for Nalaluka there. He's got absolutely... well, luckily he didn't collect anybody there, but that could have been disaster. I think everybody very, very good heads-up driving, but Arox is up to P3.
Arox up to P3 at the expense of Andre, who he absolutely just stuck in the wall there. Absolutely no quarter given there on the exit of Grundekern. Thank goodness we haven't got stewards, because I think he would be getting a proper telling off for that. He was left no margin for error. But Arox has been on something of a mission. Started this race P22, and he is currently challenging for 2nd place. He is right on the diffuser of Desnesh in the Ferrari, who has had the race of his life. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, riding on the gearbox of Desnash. That is the front of that McLaren, the Renesis McLaren, driven by Genuine Racing's Arox. And, well, it's a good exit again from Desnash. You can forget about Ivan. He's not messing around now. He's going to disappear. 2 laps to go after this one. Let's see what Arox can do. Can he get past the Team America driver? It's a great exit from the chicane, Kieran, but it's into the back of him.
He's literally inserting himself into the back of that Ferrari. He is pushing him for everything that he can. Dear. He probably was just inspecting the quality of that camera there. As big contact in the braking zone between Hossam and Desnesh, unfortunately for there. But nope, he goes. Arox into P2.
Yeah, Arox into P2, off the track again in the position where Nanaluka and him came together a couple of races ago. Flashbacks, I'm sure. But now, what can Arox do in 2 laps? Surely not 3.6 seconds worth of damage. Surely not, as Hossam goes up the inside on Desnash, and Desnash loses out for now on a podium. And what's Andre going to do? Oh, goodness.
It's a scrap for the ages for P2. No one wants to let this slide. Everyone fancies a bit of silverware before they go to bed this evening. Let's see what happens. It's Arox versus Hossam versus Desnesh versus Andre. 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. This is fabulous stuff, Pete. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, as Ivan exits the final corner to make it 1 lap to go for him, and 3.2 seconds the deficit of Arox. But I think, well, actually, I think there's a lot of back markers just about to come into Ivan's view, and we know what they've been doing tonight. They've not been the friendliest bunch, have they?
No quarter has been given. It's more comparative to 90s British touring cars more than anything here. Not a straight panel left on any of them, and dents are plenty in the Armco of the Norisring here this evening. What a treat it has been to call the action for the past 4 hours. It's been absolutely brilliant, and what a ride it has been for Arox. But spare a moment here for Ivan, who is about to take his 4th victory on the bounce. 4 from 4 in the GT3 category. I said it, Ivan and Porsche was a match made in heaven, but it has been unstoppable, unquestionable, and showboating right to the end with a 4-wheel drift on the exit. But here he comes, Ivan, the in-form driver, spins across the line. He's overcorrected, and I think he's just about still claimed his victory there. That would have been a rather embarrassing moment there.
That was already quite embarrassing. That was the worst flourish to the finish I think I've pretty much ever seen. Just as well he kept his position at the end there, but that could have gone very badly wrong. I think he took out someone who hadn't quite finished yet there, so hopefully whoever that was does manage to get around to finish the race. But yes, Ivan, 4 from 4.
We need to replace and change his name to Ivan Espargaro because he nearly ended the race too early and cost himself a podium, unfortunately. But thank goodness he did finish in time there. So Ivan takes his 4th victory on the bounce. He's been unstoppable in GT3 machinery, but great work from Ivan. A fantastic drive from the Renesis driver there, Arox, able to elevate himself up 15 positions. 20 positions, my mistake.
Yeah, quite impressive, that's for sure. As we wait for everybody to come across the start-finish to classify themselves. In fact, I think that is everybody. So we can run down the final order from the final race here in tonight's Norisring weekend racing in Live for Speed. I think everybody will agree that that was quite something.
Yep, I challenge you to find a boring moment in the last 4 hours of broadcasting because it has been action aplenty from start to finish, and what a privilege it has been to call every single moment of it. We've packed in 12 races into the last 4 hours and we've been spoiled in every single one of them, each one providing a highlight reel after another, and what brilliant racing we have been given this evening. Fantastic work to all the drivers, and thank you for inviting me just 5 hours ago to this broadcast.
Yeah, I was sat on my couch doing nothing. I thought, you know what? Let's do it. But yeah, there we go. TAV Ivan R, 4 from 4 in the GT3 category. 14 minutes and 33 seconds to complete 16 laps, 15 plus a rolling start here at the Norisring. Arox P2, Hassem grabbing P3 in the end with Desnash, who gave us all that drama with Ivan at the front. He finished P4 in the end. Andre slightly robbed, it would be fair to say, down in P5. What could have been, with G29 Noob, Nando, Dries, Petronas and Drivia top 10. And the final 4 finishers go to Pinto for Last Lap Motorsports, Storm from Born to Race, 7-3, and TCL Gutholz finishing your top 14. DNFs for Vibe Station, Yerai Gomez, Nana Luca, Magic 98, not Magic that we know and love, but a different one. I'm sure we love him too, but anyway, Carlos and Nov9, the top 20. And then on the second page, it's Red, Vina, João Paulo, Fantoki, and Montbrot, your 25 classified drivers. And fastest lap going to Arox, a 49.409 in the final race of the night. All right, that just about does it. Final reminder of what we've all seen tonight. We've seen fantastic action, as Kieran said, from the Fake Topo Cup, the FK9 Cup, way back at the beginning of the broadcast some 4 hours ago. Then we had the FBM for 3 races, the JGT, the Japanese Grand Touring class for 3 races, and 4 fantastic races with the GT3 category to end tonight. Yeah, Kieran, any final words before we wrap this up?
Yeah, I think I'll show it off here by just running through our winners. Minivan won race 1, Su4 race 2, Adam won race 3, Su4 repeated it in race 4, Adam won at race 5, Nana Luca took a trio of victories with the Japanese GT Racing, and then Ivan, clean sweep of all the GT cars there as well. 4 from 4 was Ivan there as well. So great racing. What a phenomenal work that Tutu the dog has done on this mod. Again, everyone, I would like props to him in the chat and on the community as well. I cannot believe the amount of days, months that have been put into this. Great work, Tutu. Thank you very much for the work.
Yeah, here, as they say. I think, yeah, absolutely. We should leave the viewers with some images, finally, of this track and invite them to come and join the server. The server is still online. If you don't want to get involved in the action or the broadcast, well, you can come and join safely now. Come and join the track and check it out for yourselves. In Live for Speed, it's the attention to detail, isn't it, that really sets this apart. It's got quite a lot of cool details in it that you could spend hours looking at it. But yeah, nice, and yeah, come and enjoy it and join another Norisring weekend racing event at some point in the future. For now, that's all we've got time for here on Sim Broadcast. We hope you enjoyed yourself. Please check out our website, simbroadcasts.tv, for our calendar of all the upcoming races that we're bringing to you from Live for Speed. The next of which is tomorrow night at 17:50 UTC for the Zafralis All-Rounder Championship, round number 4. We're back at Blackwood GP with the FXO. It's going to be epic. Don't miss out. Come and join the grid for that event. It's a good one. So hope to see you all there. More information on our website, simbroadcasts.tv. Kieran, have a good rest of your Sunday, and thanks for joining me.
Pleasure as always. Take care, everyone. Have a great night.
Good night.